And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
We're discussing the serpent seed theory.
Yes, the reptilian race.
I personally do not hold this theory, but I know that you do, and so I'd love for us to discuss it in front of people. And he agreed, and we both agreed that this is not a salvational issue, but it is an issue that a lot of people talk about amongst the body of believers, and there's a lot of questions about it. So I thought it would be beneficial for everyone for us to actually have the discussion in front of everyone. So Zen, again, I really appreciate you joining me to do this, because a lot of my audience is wondering why I'm not talking. So I'm
Why should they buy oil water? Why not? Because we can buy one of theirs. Open up the market.
We have capitalism and we embrace it. And they don't. We have capitalism and we embrace it.
Hidden power, secrets, cover-ups, corruption. You think you know the whole story? Think again. Think again. Think again. Again. I've been governor, a Navy SEAL, a fighter.
Arnold Schwarzenegger smashed into politics like a Hollywood action figure.
I've been governor, a Navy SEAL, a fighter.
I've heard things that'll blow your mind. Is the government poisoning our air, or are those jet streams in the sky harmless today? We expose the truth behind chemtrails conspiracy. The word conspiracy comes from a Latin word meaning to breathe as one, but today on Off the Grid, we'll have to hold our breath until we get to the bottom of this counter-conspiracy on chemtrails. Counter-conspiracy. Let's go to my vigilant producer, Alex Logan, who has the rundown. But Alex, I want to say something first. When I did conspiracy theory for those 3 years on television where we did the 24 episodes or whatever it turned out to be, I've heard things that'll blow your mind. Chemtrails, people always wanted to hear about them. They always wanted me to investigate them. And for some reason, it never made the cut. Right. Didn't have full say-so on what did or didn't make the cut on the show. But chemtrails came up every year, and I found it interesting that we never did cover it.
Interesting.
So I guess we'll do it now.
There's a lot more jet travel now than there was a few decades ago, and so people are seeing a lot more contrails, and people are imagining these contrails are some secret geoengineering program, but, it's just ordinary jets flying around.
There isn't any validity to claim that the government's up there trying to poison the air or control the weather by the use of jets flying around?
No, there's no truth to that at all. But I actually have sympathy for the people who believe in the chemtrails.
Right. I've heard things that'll blow your mind.
Right. Now you have to understand something before we get started. Public policy polling ranked #1 in most accurate in determining or in predicting the outcome of the 2012 races. So this is a very legitimate, credible polling organization, and as I said, they were simply the most accurate in the last election cycle. Okay, so this is a very legitimate, credible polling organization, a very legitimate, credible.
You have that luxury. You have the luxury of not knowing what I know.
5% believe that the exhaust seen in the sky behind airplanes? No. It's not exhaust. It's a secret chemical sprayed by the government for sinister reasons. 5% of the country. That's 1 in 20 people. believe that, oh, there goes those chemicals again. Yeah, they are chemicals. It's called exhaust.
You snotty little bastard.
Another example is the array of technologies, often referred to collectively as geoengineering, that potentially could help reverse the warming effects of global climate change. One that has gained my personal attention is stratospheric aerosol injection.
Believe that, oh, there goes those chemicals again.
Is stratospheric aerosol injection.
This next story is so unbelievable, we didn't think it could possibly be true. But after receiving thousands of records and declassified reports from the Army, it's confirmed that during the Cold War, the United States military conducted secret tests on unsuspecting people in the city of St. Louis. A local sociologist will make her findings public tomorrow, but she spoke first to the I-Team's Lisa Zigman.
Lisa Martino-Taylor's life work has been to uncover details of the Army's ultra-secret military experiments carried out in St. Louis and other cities during the 1950s and 60s.
This study was secretive for a reason. They didn't have volunteers stepping up and saying, yeah, I'll breathe zinc cadmium sulfide with radioactive particles.
These Army archive pictures show how the tests were done in Corpus Christi, Texas in the 1960s. In Texas, planes were used to drop the chemical.
There goes those chemicals again.
Have full say-so on what did or didn't make the cut on the show.
You don't want the truth because deep down in places you don't talk about at parties.
In its simplest terms, geoengineering is the concept of using scientific understanding to alter the atmosphere in a way that produces positive outcomes and results.
It's a secret chemical sprayed by the government for sinister reasons.
But after receiving thousands of records and declassified reports from the Army, it's confirmed that
using scientific understanding to alter the atmosphere in
it's confirmed that.
What do you think? Are you still not convinced that chemtrails are harmless?
In Texas, planes were used to drop the chemical.
I've heard things that'll blow your mind. And now I think it's time you get the whole story. The whole story. You guys are telling me that humans turn into lizards?
Jesse Ventura takes on a conspiracy from another dimension.
I come from the world of pro wrestling. I've seen it all, and I've never seen any 6-foot-tall, walking on 2 legs lizard.
Can it be true?
Son, we live in a world that has walls, and those walls have to be guarded by men with guns. Who's gonna do it? You? You, Lieutenant Weinberg? I have a greater responsibility than you can possibly fathom. You want answers?
I think I'm entitled.
You want answers?
I want the truth!
You can't handle the truth!
But this conspiracy is a lot bigger than David Icke. Too many people really believe that their lives are controlled by leaders who are half human, half alien reptiles. How cynical are we? How fed up can we be that we decide our leaders are powerful aliens and that it's useless to fight back? Take it from me. There are forces out there that want to keep us down, to take away our freedoms, control how we live. But they're people, just human beings, just like you and me.
You can't handle the truth!
Keep fighting. I'm Jesse Ventura, and this is Conspiracy Theory. Too many people really believe that. Too many people.
But my new favorite, because I'd never even heard this one before, 4% of voters believe that lizard people secretly control our government. Lizard people. That's almost 1 in 20. Well, 1 in 25. Lizard people. That can't be true, man. If it's true, 1 out of every 25 Americans has literally lost their minds.
Too many people.
Because think about it, man. They're out there thinking like, is he a lizard person? What is that chemical coming out of the airplane?
Zinc cadmium sulfide with radioactive particles.
Where's bin Laden? Oh, there's the Antichrist, the president. Oh my God, another lizard person.
You snotty little bastard. You can't handle the truth!
want to tell you how I got to that place. Shmuley, for me, represented a dynamic rendition of an old-time religion. And that got me thinking about what about new religions. And yesterday we touched on what I thought was possibly a new religion, that is the religion of environmentalism. And just now we heard from Ray about what I think of as the church of science fiction. So it was in pursuing those thoughts that I came across this image. I don't know if you can all see it from here. Maybe a camera can pick it up. I'm sure our next speaker will probably bring out images of his own. And, well, that got me wondering, are these an unknown species? Is it perhaps a hoax? Are these alien beings? Might God have been an astronaut? So I invited Brian Forster to come out here and tell us about his finds all the way from Peru.
Coffee?
Thank you. And a head.
And a head, that's right. This is real. This is actually an exact copy of a 20-month-old child that was found in Paracas, Peru. We know it was 20 months old based on a dentist, forensic dentist. From carbon-14 testing, we know that she died 1,950 years ago. And the color of the hair, which is strawberry blonde, is the color that we found when we unwrapped it. Initial testing indicates that this is not the result of dye or oxidation or age, but this person could have been genetically strawberry blonde 1,400 years before Columbus arrived in the New World. So I became fascinated with, a number of years ago, with what's called cranial deformation, because it's a practice that was done on every inhabited continent, most commonly 2,000 years ago, but in some cases much farther back. And what we found is that in general, this was only done amongst the royalty of a civilization. Now, when I first saw this skull in person, it's at the Icke Museum in Peru, and again, it's real. I was very intrigued because, of course, if there was only one of them on the planet, you could say, well, that's, a freak of nature or something. But in fact, there are hundreds, if not thousands of them in institutions and museums around the world. And what's most intriguing is that the largest ones come from one graveyard in Peru. The one which is in the top left, top right, center left, and bottom right are all from one graveyard called Chongos on the coast of Peru, which I found intriguing, and no archaeologist had been studying these since the 1920s. Some people theorize that perhaps the ancient Egyptians looked like this. That is Metataten on the left, who was the daughter of Nefertiti. But unfortunately, Akhenaten, Nefertiti, and the entire what's called the Amarna family were all wiped out by the priesthood, and so their bodies have never been found. This mummy is thought possibly to have been Nefertiti, but Nefertiti has never been DNA, or this has never been DNA tested in order to try to compare with who Nefertiti may have been. So what it is amongst the Egyptians, it was most likely an artistic thing, because you see the size of the skull is quite different from the artistic representation. But this one we do know, this is Tutankhamun. And Tutankhamun does look a little bit different. You can see his cerebellum is slightly larger, and he has a dent in the top of his head, but you wouldn't call this that different from what a normal human being looks like. That, actually, the bottom right, that is his CAT scan of his head. But why the depiction in Egyptian art? of Akhenaten and Nefertiti with babies or children having elongated skulls is the question. The people who are called the Mangbetu of Congo, they performed cranial deformation, as you can see with this royal baby, and they originally came from Sudan, and in their oral tradition, they state that they come from Egypt. And this was a royal person of that culture. The practice was stopped in the 1950s. And here in Melanesia, the same practice amongst the royal people was carried out. As I said, it was a global phenomenon, and most archaeologists and anthropologists believe that these people who lived near Vanuatu in Melanesia came via the sea from some part of Asia, but if you find their oral tradition, they state that they originally came from Egypt. This is another example of a child from one of those islands. And also on the island of Malta, there's a place called the Hypogeum, which is megalithic. No one knows how old it is. But 200 skulls, long skulls like this, were found, and they were taken off display about 20 years ago, and no one's allowed to have access with them, or of them. Many were found in Siberia. Even the Hun performed this cranial deformation. And this woman lived about the 3rd century AD in Austria. She was of royalty. And even up to the Middle Ages and even more recent, royal people of Europe performed this. Because globally, if you ask you're given 3 answers as to why this was done. Number 1, it was thought to be aesthetically pleasing. Number 2, they thought it increased the intelligence of the children. And number 3, this is what their ancestors looked like. It's also been found in Central America. This is this is Maya. This is Olmec. This is a site called Tiwanaku in Bolivia, which is megalithic. No one actually knows when Tiwanaku and its adjoining site, Pumapunku, were built. And these two were taken off display. I've been to the museum here at Tiwanaku many times asking where the skulls are, and all I've been told is they're out being cleaned. And they will never be put on display again. This child is ancient from Bolivia, and as you can see, the head is the size of the torso. This is not the result of any known disease. It's not hydrocephaly. It's not water on the brain. And this is a child that was found in the Sacred Valley of Peru, near Cusco. The important thing is that none of these that you've seen has ever been DNA tested or carbon-14 tested. These were found at what's called the Coricancha in Cusco. That was the center of the Inca world. And if I can't actually read the actual date on it, but they have titled it at these being that these people died 1400 and something AD. However, they've never been DNA tested. They've never been carbon-14 tested. So they're making assumptions that these are Inca, but no one knows how old they are. The practice was done in North America. These are literally what are called the Flathead Indians. And these are other approaches that were done in order to change the shape of a baby's skull to acquire a certain shape. This is the more common practice in Peru and Bolivia. And even today, people of the Amazon still perform this. This is quite intriguing because this was supposedly an 8-month-old fetus. Of course, it's a drawing done in the 19th century, but the original is in the collection in the National Museum of Peru. And as you can see, the head is the size, at least of the torso, and it has developed teeth. This is a 2,000-year-old artifact that was found in Bolivia. The central figure is what's called Viracocha, who is the creator god, and on either side, he's flanked by females who are larger in many ways than he is. And these are other artifacts which are 2,000 plus years old. My focus has been on this little place called Paracas in Peru, south of Lima. And the royal people of this area, according to conventional archaeology, suddenly appeared about 3,500 years ago and disappeared 2,000 years ago. The only aspect of this culture which is studied by conventional archaeology are their textiles. But they had incredible funerary practices. No one literally knows where they came from. This is one of the finest examples of a Paracas ancient skull. And again, as you can see with the hair is not only reddish, it's also wavy, and it's finer than Native American hair. Native Americans have black hair, not this color. Initial testing indicates this is genetic. And a German study that was done about 5 years ago comparing the genetics of people of the highlands of Peru, like where the famous Inca lived, and on the coast of Peru, found out that there's a significant difference between them. That the coastal population is quite different from the highland population. And so that begs the question, is it possible that part of the genetic makeup of the Paracas people is not from the Bering Land Bridge, that they came by some other way? The obvious answer would be by the ocean. If you've ever been to or have read anything about the Nazca lines and figures, archaeologists believe that this, which is called the astronaut, was made by the Paracas people who inhabited the area prior to the Nazca people who made the spider and other figures. And this is what's called the candelabro. It's 450 feet tall. It can only be seen from the ocean. It's located at Paracas, Peru. And the more work we do on this, the more it seems that this is a navigational instrument. It's like a homing beacon for seafarers. So where's the next point of land if you go west? That's Easter Island. Most archaeologists believe that the red thing on top of the moai figures is a hat or some kind of adornment. But if you ask the people themselves, and that's what I do everywhere, is I always ask what is the oral tradition and compare that to what archaeologists think. The native people say, that is red hair. Those are the people who lived here before we did, we the Polynesians. There are all sorts of different shapes and sizes of these skulls that you can find in Peru. Some have about 30% larger volume than a normal human being. And the Paracas people 2,000 plus years ago were masters at brain surgery. They were able to cut into the skull, and there are, again, hundreds if not thousands of examples of this, and a very high percentage of the patients survived, as in this example, where you see that the bone has grown right back over top of where the surgery was done. This would have taken years, not weeks. So this person survived. And this is what your skull looks like. This is what a normal human being looks like. There is an occipital plate, a frontal plate, and 2 parietal plates. But in a certain percentage of the Paracas skulls, this is what your skull would look like. The Paracas, there's only 1 suture. And even if we zoom in closer, you can see that what was called the parietal suture, which should be going vertical, doesn't exist whatsoever. I've shown these skulls to doctors who have come to visit me in Peru, and none of them have an answer as to why this exists. This is what the back of your skull looks like. This is what the back of an elongated skull looks like. It has these 2 little holes, which are in every single one, which is curious. Is it part of the binding process? Or if you look here, that's called the foramen, and you have that. It's a little hole on either side of your jaw. That's where nerve and blood flow comes out of. So it's possible that the holes in the back of the head are an evolutionary thing, that because of the size of the skull, for proper blood flow evolution created that. So that means there could be a genetic component to a small percentage of these skulls. And this is one of the most classic ones that exists in the Paracas History Museum. It is possible that this is the result of cranial deformation, but it is such a complex design that that's why we're presently conducting DNA testing on a number of these individuals. We have a genetics lab in the United States working with us, and we're getting support from the Peruvian government. I also wonder, even if it's a case of cranial deformation, how would the brain function if the shape is completely different like that? If the contact between the hemispheres is different, would these people have had thought processes different from ours? And this is probably the most interesting example. It's in a tiny museum an hour south of Cusco, Peru. Has been examined by a number of physicians, nurses, dentists, etc., and recently went through a battery of scientific tests. You can see that the eye sockets are much bigger than they should be, that the bridge of the nose is higher than normal Homo sapiens, and the teeth, dentists who look at the teeth say it has the dentition of a 10-year-old. And when they did x-rays, they could find no examples of where the second row or where the adult row of teeth should come in. Also, they have done DNA testing, and so far they found the mother's DNA, which they have mitochondrial, which they have not been able to fully analyze, but there's a complete absence of the father, which is odd. And this is the size of what this looks like. The head is the size of the torso, if not bigger. Other examples of strange skulls have been found, and this man who went through ridicule, called Lloyd Pye, found something he called the starchild skull that has 25 different features, 25 features which make it unlikely to be Homo sapiens, including the fact that the bone material is not bone like we have, but it's more like enamel, tooth enamel. But it was through him that I was able to have samples through the proper channels sent to a geneticist in the United States. Again, I've had a number of different doctors come and look physically at these skulls, and I can see the way their brain process works, because through their training, they know what a human being looks like. And when they look at this, they're fascinated. They spend hours looking at them, and then I never hear from them again. And an artist called Marcia Moore has done 3D modeling of what she thinks these people look like. And again, I'm stressing people. Oop. And this, honestly, is what the mainstream archaeologists in Peru thinks that these people looked like. I'm only, honestly, after years at the beginning of this, but I'm so fascinated, I will spend the rest of my life figuring out this aspect of what is called forbidden archaeology. Forbidden because it doesn't fit the typical Darwinian paradigm. But there are many examples of many things around the world that don't fit that paradigm. And I think we owe it to ourselves to understand the truth about who we are, how old we are, and what we have accomplished in the past. Thank you. Sure.
Thanks a lot. Bria, haven't you buried the lead? The thing that stimulated me and got me motivated to get in touch with you was the reference that I came across, which says that some genetic tests that have been done have found that the DNA in the skulls that were, quote, unknown in any human, primate, or animal known so far.
That's true. That slide, unfortunately, was missing. But initial DNA testing has shown that there are segments of DNA from at least one paracas skull that doesn't fit Homo sapiens or Denisovan or any known humanoid.
An actual bone skull that at first glance appears to be human-like. Nonetheless, 13 years of scientific testing have made clear it is not human, in whole or in part. Yes, you heard that correctly. It is not human, in whole or in part. This incredible history-making relic was discovered in 1930 in a mine tunnel in the Copper Canyon region of northwest Mexico. It was found with a normal human female skull. Carbon-14 testing has revealed that both of the skulls died about 900 years ago. Every aspect of these two skulls shows stark physical differences that have been confirmed by multiple experts. Those differences will be thoroughly discussed in a separate video. However, this video will focus entirely on recent analyses of the starchild skull's DNA using state-of-the-art equipment and techniques.
When they set up, they cut with what's called a Dremel blade, and it looks kind of like a flashlight with a spike sticking out the end of it, and attached to that spike is a circular blade like this, about an inch wide, inch and a quarter maybe, and it spins very, very fast. When they turn that motor on, it's a high-speed, small rotary blade to cut through the bone. So what he did was, what Jason did, standing there with his coat and his protective glasses on, and he cuts through with 4 cuts. Zoom, 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 zoom. And a piece, 1 square inch, falls out, down, comes out the neck hole, and there it is. Then he cuts that square inch into 4 pieces, and those little 1/4 inch pieces are what they work with. Now, comes the starchild's turn. Puts it up, locks it in the thing that braces it and all that, and he puts the Dremel blade down on it, whereas before it just went whoop, right, right in. He did that same thing, and he went whoop, and when the blade hit the bone, it kind of bounced up and made kind of a boop sound. So this time he really pressed hard, and he went, and boy, this time the bone powder had flown a little bit with here, and the smell of burning collagen, which is the smell you get when you drill your teeth, that distinctively bad odor, we got a little of that out of the human, a normal amount. With the starchild, bone powder flew, and the stink was overwhelming. I mean, the stink of the burning collagen was unreal bad. But Jason was able to struggle through his 4 cuts, and when the piece of, and you could already see from other cuts that the bone of the starchild was a lot thinner, and it is. It's about half as thin or less than human bone. It weighs half as much, that distinctive lightness to it, and it was turning out that the bone was 2 or 3 times as hard. It was hard, even though it was much thinner. So when he cut it out, we were just running for the windows and the door to get air into the room because of that stink in the powder that had thrown up. And he cut that 1 inch piece, same thing, fell out the neck hole, and he cut it into 4 pieces. And when it was all done, he said, look, this bone is very, very different than human bone.
In addition to the incredible results found in the starchild's mitochondrial DNA, recently a fragment 211 base pairs long was recovered from the starchild's nuclear genome, and it partially matched the mammalian FOXP2 gene. In normal humans, the FOXP2 gene contains 2,594 base pairs, and in each of us, the entire gene is absolutely identical. Because of this consistency, it is an ideal gene to compare between different species, including the starchild skull. Here in blue, we see the 211 base pairs of human FOXP2 compared to the starchild's fragment in black, along with several other species. The key things to notice are the red letters among the starchild's fragment, each of which denotes a base pair difference. There are 56. Remember, normal humans have no differences in their entire FOXP2 gene, and certainly none within the 211 base pair fragment found in the starchild. However, Rhesus monkeys do have two such differences: mice 20, dogs 27, elephants 21, opossums 21, frogs 26. And if you extrapolate the starchild's towering 56 out to 100%, the projection is a whopping 700 differences in its entire FOXP2 gene. With the starchild starting in the range of 700, we can halve that to 350, halve it again to 175, and still be certain it will wildly surpass the literal handful of differences needed to completely and permanently separate the starchild from humans. What on earth is the starchild skull? Is it even from Earth?
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
But on the chance that there are aliens out there, which I totally believe there are, I'm going to be with the scientists on this one and say, let's get prepared. Let's get prepared.
Greetings, citizens of Earth. My people have developed technologies which allow us to throw off our physical forms and travel great distances in the blink of an eye. We are in dialogue with your leaders to help the human race survive its infancy, for we believe in you. We are helping your scientists find cures for diseases which afflict your bodies, and helping you to preserve your planet's most precious resources. Many among us wage peace, and one day, with our help, war may be a thing of the past. Our army is 1 billion strong and growing. We will bring you a cure for many known diseases.
The benefit to the risk, like large public gatherings, may not resume until broad vaccination has taken place.
We will provide technology that will change the way you live.
They basically created a digital vaccine. Everyone got tested. Your information was entered into a government-run app. That tool was used to track where you were going, what you were doing, to help you make sure you're being smart about your social distancing, to quarantine you if you're infected. They track people you've been near to so they can get it tested ahead of time so you can contain the virus.
We will bring peace to every nation on your planet. We are the visitors. We are of peace, always.
Don't run. We are your friends.
Oops. I think I'm drooling a little. Because we're aliens. And that's how we roll. Hulu, an evil plot to destroy the world. Enjoy.
And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
In Japan, emperors claim descent from dragon gods who came from the sky. Australian Aborigines teach of a reptilian race which lives underneath the earth and governs over men. They believe they are descendants of a race of dragon humans. China teaches the serpent queen Nukua interbred with man. India calls these reptilian gods Nagas and claim they seeded their royal families. Throughout the Middle East, it is believed a serpent race created man. The book of Genesis tells of giants who came from the heavens to breed with the daughters of man. They are called the Nephilim. In Africa, they call them Chitari, children of the serpent. The royal kings of Africa claim descent from serpent gods who came from the sky. In South America, the Mayans teach that their ancestors were the people of the serpent. The Aztecs were said to be created by a serpent woman. In America, the Hopi Indians believed sky gods came to Earth to breed with their women and referred to them as their snake brothers. The word Sioux means snakes, and Iroquois means serpents. It seems the only places you will not find this historical story is where the history has been methodically destroyed. The descendants of King Anu in Sumeria and Babylon can be traced throughout time. The pharaohs of Egypt were from the bloodlines of the Babylonian kings. The rulers of the Roman Empire can be traced to Egyptian hierarchy. All throughout Europe, the royal families can be traced back to the great Roman emperors. 34 of the presidents of the United States are directly descended from European royalty, with the remaining 8 who are only closely related to these same bloodlines.
Is not an alien force already among us?
On the School Watch tonight, the story of a 7th grader from Salinas who claims to have made a major discovery about President Obama. She and her grandfather say that President Obama is related to all but one U.S. president. We get more tonight from Action News reporter Felix Cortez, who's live in our Salinas newsroom.
Well, Dan, the youngster spent the summer, really all summer, tracing the family tree of our presidents. Her conclusion that all the presidents, with the exception of one, share the same grandfather.
Well, first we start off with George Washington at the top, and then it goes to John Adams, Thomas Jefferson.
11-year-old Bridgeanne Dovigneau says she's made a first-of-its-kind discovery that President Obama and all the presidents before him, with the exception of one, are related and descendants of a former king of England.
No, they are all cousins,
I
and they're grandsons of John Lackland.
Dovigneau says she spent countless hours on the internet over the summer researching the lineage of our presidents, a project that started with her trying to trace her own family tree.
But I'm the first historian to do all the presidents. I'm very glad I got this done, and I think it will turn out to be a success.
The Monte Vista Christian 7th grader has written President Obama to tell him the presidents before him are his cousins. She hopes to present this family tree chart personally to the president. But Bridgeanne has her skeptics, including this reporter. Her biggest supporter and firm believer that Obama is a descendant of a former king of England is no doubt her mother.
If you have a child, and they 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 have a child,
Life names change.
all she's saying is this guy is the great, 25th, 27th, depending on what line it is. He created all this family. So do I believe it? Yes. It's hard, but it's true.
Well, Mom said it. Hard to believe, but you got to give the little girl an A+ for at least trying to do that and trying to accomplish that feat. And by the way, Bridgeanne has concluded she's the 11th cousin of President Obama. Dan, Aaron.
All right, very good. Thank you, Felix. So who is the one that President Barack Obama is not related to, according to the 7th grader? Martin Van Buren, 8th President of the United States, first U.S. president born in the U.S. Van Buren was a widowed farmer and tavern keeper from New York who helped form the Democratic Party. He served one term as president. His ancestry is Dutch, and according to the Salinas 7th grader, all of the other presidents are of English ancestry.
And His Royal Highness Prince Charles, who can trace his ancestry back to Romania's dark and distant past.
The genealogy shows that I'm descended from Vlad the Impaler. So I do have a bit of a stake in the country.
As it were.
Everyone has a place, right? The place they want to be, the place they should be, and it's warm and safe.
Turns out Cheney's not his only connection to the White House. Obama is distantly related to 6 presidents: George W. and George H.W. Bush, Gerald Ford, Lyndon Johnson, Harry S. Truman, and James Madison. Obama's family tree also includes Sir Winston Churchill and Civil War General Robert E. Lee. And turns out, the Illinois senator got his cousin's endorsement when Brad Pitt threw his support Obama's way. Angelina Jolie's yet to say whom she supports. Maybe word she's related to Hillary Clinton will be persuasive. Clinton's other distant cousins include singers Madonna, Celine Dion, and Alanis Morissette. She's also related to beatnik author Jack Kerouac and the wife of Prince Charles of England.
Many of the United States presidents have blood relations with each other. The Bush lineage has blood ties to a great number of former presidents. George Washington, Millard Fillmore, Franklin Pierce, Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses Grant, Rutherford Hayes, James Garfield, Grover Cleveland, Teddy Roosevelt, William Taft, Calvin Coolidge, Herbert Hoover, Franklin Roosevelt, Richard Nixon, and Gerald Ford. Michael Tessarion points out in his work that Bush is closely related to every European monarch on and off the throne, and has kinship with every member of Britain's royal family. Bush's family tree can be documented as far back as the early 15th century. He has a direct descent from Henry III and from Henry VIII's sister Mary Tudor. He is also descended from Charles II of England. And we also find that George W. Bush is a direct descendant of Godfrey the Bullion. Godfrey was the first king of Jerusalem after he recaptured it from the Saracens, which was the name for the Islamic faith during the Middle Ages. It is interesting to note that the current occupation of the United States in the Middle East was re-established by the same family, George Bush Sr. in 1991, and again by George Bush Jr. in 2003. George Bush Jr. is then found to be a cousin to both opposing candidates of his 2 terms in office, Al Gore and John Kerry. Democratic President Barack Obama also has blood ties with George W. Bush, as well as Gerald Ford, Lyndon Johnson, Harry Truman, James Madison, and the British Prime Minister Sir Winston Churchill. On the opposing side of the 2008 presidential ballot, John McCain is descended from Robert the Bruce, King William I of Scotland, and also Godfrey the Bullion.
Now that we know Vice President Dick Cheney and Senator Barack Obama are distant cousins, the New York Post decided to check into the genealogy of President Bush, and his family tree has people talking. Early Show national correspondent Tracy Smith has the story of George W. Bush's many relations.
Check out this family tree, done with research by Ancestry.com. Let me take you through this, branch by branch. Vice President Dick Cheney, the man who's only a heartbeat away from the presidency, is actually a blood relation. He's President Bush's 9th cousin once removed. Cheney's cousin Barack Obama is also Bush's 11th cousin and the 9th cousin of Brad Pitt. But we're only just getting started. President Lincoln was President Bush's 7th cousin 5 times removed. And Bush shared more than just a ballot with John Kerry. That's right, they're 9th cousins twice removed.
Really?
Think of that.
Yeah, they have the same chin.
There's also royalty in the Bush bloodline. Princess Diana was Bush's 11th cousin twice removed. And then there's this bombshell, her 9th cousin 3 times removed. He's also related to Playboy founder Hugh Hefner, even Pocahontas, and Vlad the Impaler. Trace the family tree far enough, and you get Madonna, Celine Dion, and Tom Hanks.
In 1934, President Franklin Roosevelt placed the Great Seal, originally created in 1782 by the Freemasons, on the dollar bill. Represented in the Great Seal is a pyramid and the all-seeing eye, known to be used by the elusive society, the Illuminati. Strung together in conspiratorial confusion are secret societies such as the Illuminati, the Freemasons, and the Bohemian Club. In 1917, National Geographic did a story on a place in Montreal, California called Bohemian Grove. The story reports a place where the world's elite, members of the Bohemian Club, retreat to in late July and conduct an ancient occult ceremony called the cremation of care. Every year in July, the world's leaders, media moguls, and members of the World Bank spend 2 weeks of what is known as a men-only retreat at the Grove. In the year 2000, BBC television show World of Wonder infiltrated Bohemian Grove with hidden cameras and aired the video on the BBC. The video shows the large mass of men donning red and black robes and once again conducting the cremation of care ceremony. The altar is at the base of a 200-foot owl, the Babylonian symbol of the god Moloch, the god of human sacrifice. In the video, a body is delivered upriver to the altar where it is set on fire. Upon being aired, members of the Bohemian Club reported that the ceremony is a put-on, merely done for entertainment and fun. This history tells a story of our world leaders having a deep involvement in satanic tradition, worshipping our reptilian overlords, the serpent gods. It poses the possibility that we may be and have always been enslaved by our leaders, no different than sheep or cattle. There is an endless amount of information out there which supports this, but don't take my word for it.
Well, son, a funny thing about regret is that it's better to regret something you have done than to regret something you haven't done. By the way, if you see your mom this weekend, be sure and tell her, Satan! Satan! Satan!
Deep, homeboy. Aaron, open your mind. Drink from the fountain of knowledge. There's lizard people everywhere. That's some interdimensional shit. Wake up, Aaron.
This is only the beginning.
Dude, you just blew my mind.
Handout, we offer our skills. In return for a little scraps and on the glass, I seen you laugh when I turn my back. They say revenge is a sweet dish, best served cold. But fuck that, I need mines fresh off the stove.
I react with a rash cause I'm so hungry and your raps are whack and crummy.
Got the hunger pain, hunger pain, I still got the hunger pain. I still got the hunger pain, hunger pain, still got the hunger pain.
Oh, you with
hunger pain, still got the hunger pain.
How do you do it? My thoughts are, because it's not written into law, it's just a very dominant culture. I think the only way you can do it is a couple ways. One, I'm thinking about an executive order from day one that says, you know, in more legalese than this is not a thing. We will no longer honor this, because the way that aldermanic prerogative works is there's got to be compliance with the executive branch, because otherwise it doesn't work. So you got to eliminate that compliance, and you make it a mandate, and then you do training, particularly in the city. I'll call them licensing departments, whether it's zoning, buildings, housing will be impacted by it, planning certainly, and you pick the people to run those agencies and the deputies that are pledging allegiance to the New World Order and good governance. And then I think you have the Inspector General do some spot audits to make sure that there is real compliance. And you pick the people to run those agencies and the deputies that are pledging allegiance to the New World Order, and you pick the people to run those agencies and the deputies that are pledging allegiance to the New World Order, pledging allegiance to the New World Order, and
is not an alien force already among us?
Right guys, a few more subscribers and a few people in the comments have suggested doing a video on the Rh negative blood type, which is a massive subject. Difficult to know where to start on it actually, so I'll tell you how I got into it in the first place. Once I discovered that I was actually Rh negative, it opened up all this stuff, you know, so I'll just show you, because a lot of people actually tell lies, don't they, and they claim, oh yeah, I'm part of the club, and they're actually not, do you know what I mean? So this is a blood test kit that I've done. I'm not selling it, yeah, never sell anything, but that's one I used. It's pretty good, it's very cheap, that's why I used it. So I'll line this up, sorry about this guys, just line this up for you. If you can see, man, bad lighting, right, there we go. So that's my real name, is Jason Crow, good old Irish name that is, Crow, and as you can see my type is AB negative. So on top of being AB negative, I'm INFJ personality type, which is also the rarest personality type. So when I start scratching my head and thinking, how come, you know, what's going on, and I've got a rarest blood type, the rarest personality type. Linked to that, I'm left-handed, which is also apparently quite rare. I've got grey eyes, I don't know if you can see that. Sorry about, it looks scary. I've actually got grey eyes, that's quite rare, apparently. I was born with something called apostia, and this is where it gets into the Bible. Apostia, this is where the word apostle comes from, so apparently all the prophets in history were born with apostia. And this is why they circumcise babies in Islam and Judaism. It's a mimicry of people that were born with no foreskin. So that's what apostia is. So Muhammad was born with no foreskin, Shem, Noah, you know, all these people, Moses, man, you know, it's like, so what's going on with that? So yes, the more you scratch the surface, you can't, you end up digging such a deep hole. I don't even know where to stop, you know, so this is how I don't know how to approach this subject, it's huge. Where did this blood type come from? You know, we've all heard the fallen angel story, and we've all heard the alien story. Now, I really don't believe in aliens. I used to, right? I really did, but I don't anymore. So that only leaves one option, doesn't it? And so, right, I'll explain how I set about when I do my research. Right, most people, when they believe something, or when they think that something might be true, they'll look for evidence that backs it up. Right? This is called confirmation bias. So what they're doing is trying to prove themselves right in a way. Again, it's back to the ego thing. You know, if you analyse it, really, that's what it boils down to. So I set out, when I do something, I try and prove it to be wrong, because this stuff's so out there that when you actually present this information to somebody, that's the first thing they're going to do, is try and prove it to be wrong. So if you've already picked it apart and picked it apart and picked it apart, you can offer them quite a watertight case, and you know, it's going to be hard for them to find any evidence to disprove it. Do you know what I mean? And if they can, great, you know, that's it, that's how it works. It's peer review, isn't it? But a lot of people don't. So yeah, like I said, I really don't know where to begin. It's like, where'd you get this blood type from? You know, where did it come from? So, you know, I started doing research into everything pretty much. It's all linked in somewhere along the way, you know. A lot of people don't actually believe in some of the history that is actually true. They believe in fabricated history of dinosaurs and that kind of stuff. I don't even believe in dinosaurs. I think a lot of these skeletons are faked, completely faked. I think our actual history is more like Lord of the Rings, or what's it called, Game of Thrones, right? It's probably more like that. Real giants walking about. So this is a thing, giants. Yeah, I've seen giant skeletons. Giants absolutely existed, right? So that's a good place to start, isn't it? These things existed. So how do you get a giant? Where do they come from? You don't just grow that big. It doesn't work like that. It's genetic, right? So what creates a giant? So now, if we go into nature, we'll call it nature. This is man-made nature. If you hybridise two species from the same genus, so it's like a lion and a tiger, and crossbreed them, you get what they call a liger. Now this liger is bigger than both parents, a lot bigger, right? It could be called a giant in comparison. Same thing happens with a horse and a donkey. The mule is bigger than both parents, right? Now this is an unnatural union of two different species from the same genus, so they're both cat or both horse, equestrian, yeah. So they can breed, but generally they wouldn't. It's like a polar bear and a grizzly bear would generally meet, but they do every now and then. It happens, right? And the babies are massive. So that's how you create a giant. It's the only way it can happen. It's a fact. You create a giant by breeding. I'll say it again, two different species from the same genus. So that means somewhere along the line, to create real giant humans have to breed with another species from the same genus, right? So humanoids are different species of human. It's the only way it's happening. It's the only way, right? So the giants' parents were a different species. Now, what were these species? Where did they come from? So the only logical explanation, and out of everything, I've tried every explanation, the only logical explanation that could have even been remotely possible is the paracas skulls, the big elongated skulls. I'll try and put a few pictures up, so I'm over to one side. Hopefully we can have a few pictures up on the screen. So big long paracas skulls, they found hundreds of them in Peru. They found hundreds and hundreds all over the world now, right? Elongated skulls. Now, don't believe the bullshit about how head binding and now they stretched and changed the shape and everything. They was born like that. It's a fact. They was born like that. These things are natural, totally, right? So I think this is the only explanation for the other species, right? So these long-skulled things bred with humans, and they created the giants.
All over the United States, ancient oral traditions of sky gods, or aliens, persist. At conferences organized by American shamans, legends of aliens who gave mankind knowledge of genetics are spoken about openly. Ancient texts from Yucatan, known as the Chilam Balam, tell us that the first inhabitants of the region were called the Chanas people, which means people of the serpent. They were ruled by a king called Idzamna. The word Idzam means lizard, and he is depicted as being half human and half serpent, just like the reptilian figures seen on the walls of the Temple of Hathor. British author Matthew Hurley has collected dozens of pieces of ancient art which all show UFOs and aliens. In addition to dozens of paintings, there are also hand-printed newsletters from the medieval era which report UFOs, luminous balls of light, and even an alien invasion in the Mediterranean. According to a medieval manuscript, in 1608, reptilian aliens landed on the shores of Genoa and Nice, causing panic and fear amongst the inhabitants. The manuscript is a news report entitled "Frightening Screaming and Signs from the Sea at Genoa."
In the month of August 1608, couriers of celestial pestilence appeared, foretelling the tragic invasion to come. Romans made sacrifices to the gods on seeing them arrive. Horrible beings with arms covered in scales, with snakes wrapped around their arms, emerged from the sea, screeching and screaming. In the city of Nice, it rained blood. Carriages of fire were seen in the sky, being pulled by the frightening creatures. Some had the body of a man, some had bodies of women, and they had heads shaped like dragons.
In fact, the first 4 rulers of China were called the 4 dragon kings in Chinese mythology. They were divine rulers of the 4 seas, also representing the 4 cardinal directions. They were said to be reptilian in appearance and also had the ability to shapeshift. The Chinese, Korean, and Japanese speak throughout their history of Long, Yang in Korean, and Ryu in Japanese, or dragons, conceived of both physical and non-physical forms. The Japanese have tales of the Kappa, a reptilian humanoid. A funny side note about the Kappa, in the 3rd Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, the 4 heroes travel back in time to feudal Japan. The Japanese villagers that encountered the turtles refer to them as Kappa. The lineage of humans from a race of dragons was often claimed by Asian emperors, who were believed to be able to change from human to dragon form at will, much like the modern concept of shape-shifting reptilians. In fact, to this day, the Chinese zodiac features 11 existing animals and 1 animal that comes from their so-called legends, all regarded as legit animals: the rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, snake, horse, sheep, monkey, rooster, dog, pig, and dragon. The Mayans spoke and recorded history of a species of iguana men who descended from the sky, taking charge of their civilization. These beings taught them how to build their magnificent pyramids and even instructed them to arrange them in patterns reflecting the constellations. The legendary Mayan story of Cucmats speaks of serpents of wisdom enlightening the people and sometimes even devouring the young. These visitors could explain some of the ancient astronaut theories and images from inside the Mayan temples depicting the Mayan king Pakal ascending in his rocket ship. Kukulkan was a major Mayan deity, the feathered serpent, also known as Quetzalcoatl by the earlier Toltec people from that region. The Great Pyramid of Cholula, the world's largest pyramid by volume, located in Mexico, was built to honor Quetzalcoatl. In pre-Columbian mythology, Bachu, the primordial woman, transforms into a big snake. She is also sometimes called Serpiente Celestial. Many users of the drug dimethyltryptamine, the active ingredient in many South American shamanic potions such as ayahuasca, have seen reptilian humanoids or reptilian disincarnate entities while hallucinating. The Ohio Serpent Mound is located along the Ohio Brush Creek in Adams County, Ohio. It was built sometime before 1200 BC by the Allegheny people, also known as Allegheny. The Serpent Mound was thought to be an ancient burial mound arranged after the constellation Draco, where some say these reptilian beings originate from. The Hopi Indians of northern Arizona believe in 2 original races, the children of the feather, who came from the skies, and the children of the reptile, who came from inside the earth. These undergrounders were referred to as Two Hearts, a race of reptilian humanoids called Shetty, translated Snake Brothers. John Rhodes, an active researcher of reptilian origins, has spoken to many tribal chiefs about this matter. Underground cities of the reptilians are said to exist under parts of Arizona, California, and Mexico. The Zuni tribe, the Cherokee tribe, as well as other Native American tribes also hold a belief in reptilian beings or...
You better not talk about the reptilian. and finding, always whining. Take my hand now, be alive. You see, I cannot be forsaken, because I'm not the only one. We walk amongst you, feeding, raping, must we hide from everyone? You see, I cannot be forsaken.
What's your secret?
Because he's not only king of the kaiju, he's also my dad.
There's a war coming between human and kaiju.
You've probably got questions about how you were conceived.
No, not listening. La 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 la.
Next month, he's part human, part dragon, all hero. Fire Breather, an all-new original movie.
Singing and frolicked in the autumn mist in a land called Archaeology. Little Jackie never loved that rascal Pop, and brought him strings and sealing wax and other fancy stuff. Everybody. But the magic dragon is only about the loss of innocence of children. And now you can tell your friends that you've heard it from the dragon's father's mouth. But the magic dragon is only about the loss of innocence of children. But the magic dragon is only about the loss of innocence of children.
Messenger of fear and sight, dark deception kills the light. Hybrid children watch the sea, pray for father roaming free. Fearless rats, insanity.
in his estimation, about 4% of the eyes they looked at were of reptilian type and appearance. All over the internet, people started talking about this now, and these pictures are circulating.
Accommodation restores the sharply focused image with marvelous speed and accuracy. This is all the more remarkable because the distance between lens and retina is fixed, and the lens itself must change its shape. This is the remaining portion of the choroid, called the iris, with its central opening, the pupil. Like the diaphragm of a camera, the iris regulates the amount of light and sharpens the image upon the retina. The iris acts automatically, and so is an important link in the process of accommodation. Its action is caused by two sets of delicate muscle fibers within the iris itself. These muscles are shown here in simplified diagram. These spoke-like radial fibers pull the pupil open. This ring-shaped muscle around the pupil closes it.
Pupil size is controlled by reflex actions. In bright light, the circular muscles of the iris contract to make the pupil smaller, protecting the retina from damage by too much light. In dim light, the circular muscles relax and the radial muscles contract. The pupil widens, allowing more of the available light into the eye, and we see more clearly.
Estos dos valientes miembros de fuerza pública que hoy ofrendan su vida al servicio del deber estaban atendiendo justamente.
This is an example of an Argyll-Robertson pupil in a patient with neurosyphilis. You see, with light being shined in either eye, there's minimal, if any, constriction of the pupils. Not a very convincing light response, but look how small those pupils are to begin with. That's characteristic of an Argyll-Robertson pupil. Now what we're doing is turning the light on and off, and again, I don't think there's any convincing pupillary response. What we're going to do here is to ask the patient to look at the finger as it approaches his nose, evoking his near response. Now look, those pupils are constricting to near. What you can see is when he looks off in the distance, they dilate, proving that they were constricted to near. Here we go again. Watch those pupils. I think you can see them constricting a bit.
In the assessment of the pupillary light pathway, both the direct response and the consensual response are tested. When a bright light is directed into the eye, both a direct response and a consensual response occur. If there is complete damage to the afferent pathway, no direct or consensual response will occur for the affected eye.
And it's from the Civil War from the 1800s, and I just wanted to show you this character's eyes, and look what we got here. Yep, we got a Nephilim. Now, many people says that the reason of the slit in the eye is because of the lighting and pixels and this and that and whatever. You know what? This debunked that story because this picture is not a digital. It's not digital. It's not from a digital camera either. And you can see here the way the eye of the Nephilim is. And still today we have people like this. And if you're a human being, you will not have eyes like this at all. I could take videos of my eyes and pictures, and it's always going to have a round pupil in it that he slit like that. Yeah, but there you got it. These people do exist, or these entities. Some other picture that I want to show you is this one here. Right off the bat, I don't know if you can tell what is the problem with the picture. I'm going to show you anyways. And look at here. Yes, secret society symbol with the illuminati. And this one at the right as well. Look at that. Yeah, some people still believe that they don't exist. Yes, they do. They do exist. And there's the proof. And here is a good shot because you can compare a human being with a hybrid. And as you can see, just pay attention to Reinaldo here. And at the same time, look at the Mexican dude so you can compare a human with a hybrid or a Nephilim. Look at his mouth, Reinaldo's mouth. As you can see, the human being here is moving, and his head doesn't move at all, like if it was stuck in a wall. And there he goes. Look at that. See? That's the eye of a hybrid. And this is the eye of a human.
These are taken from American magazines. And you may have to do a double take. It's real easy to see it on the originals. It may not be quite so easy to see it on the transparencies. Reptilian eyes. Did I get that right? Yeah. All of these pictures out of American magazines. The lady who told all these stories in Arabia, you'll have to invite me back for me to tell you more. Reptilian eyes. Can you see it? You see what I'm saying? Look up here at there. Do you see how the eyes are reptilian? I've actually met some very respectable people who wouldn't tell me stories, like this one psychologist who's seen countless numbers of people in her life, who's actually seen people like this.
What's wrong with your eyes? Was I staring at the same part the whole time? It's something about the lights must have really... Yeah, baby. Let's go.
Well, maybe there is something wrong with his eyes.
Hybrid children watch the sea. Pray for Father roaming free.
Now, you guys are telling me that humans turn into lizards?
Jesse Ventura takes on a conspiracy from another dimension.
I come from the world of pro wrestling. I've seen it all, and I've never seen any 6-foot-tall, walking on 2 legs lizard.
Watch that. Regular teeth, and all of a sudden, 1, 2, 3. Look at that. Oh boy. And he says, feed me more. What does he mean with that?
We've reconstructed another training routine from the notes Ali made immediately afterwards. She had to stare fixedly into someone's eyes for over an hour.
The more you looked at someone, sometimes they changed shape. They grew scales, became like a lizard, or changed from negatives to positives. It was a really strange experience. They changed shape. They grew scales.
Watch that. Regular teeth, and all of a sudden, 1, 2, 3. Look at that. Oh boy.
Can it be true?
they came to Earth and interbred with humans.
Are some world leaders, whoa, what the hell, shape-shifting reptiles from another dimension?
This is Obama.
Jesse and his team head out to find the facts behind the mystery.
I would go right to the head of the snake and say, hey, put up or shut up.
Let no man deceive you with empty words. For because of the aforesaid things, the wrath of God is coming upon the sons of disobedience. Therefore do not become partakers with them. For you were once darkness, but you are now light in connection with the Lord.
I just can't believe how far can Alex Jones go. Found this video of him a few months later after I started telling people about the Nephilim and the hybrid. He added this video about he titles his video Alien Genetic Takeover, the End of Humanity. In other words, the guy who's behind it is convincing people that his version is the actual one, and many people has believed this thing about what has been going on with this genetic manipulation.
No, I'm talking about the real thing.
Yes, the real thing, Alex Jones.
The real deal. I'm talking about genetic engineers, transhumanists, working for the globalists, who in their own words admit, going back to the 1970s, that they had a plan to patent every major food crop.
And that's exactly what you are, Alex Jones. You're genetically engineered. You're not human. And there's many people out there like that. And you're one of them. Now you keep brainwashing people to your false claims. Like always, truth with lies. Like all Illuminati. That's what you are.
And say, hey, put up or shut up.
So even if people wake up, it won't matter. So you're saying he's going to attempt to set up a dictatorship?
The only thing
To set up a dictatorship?
The only
To set up a dictatorship?
The only
To set up a dictatorship?
The only thing.
So even if people wake up, it won't matter. So you're saying he's going to attempt to set up a dictatorship?
The only.
The next pope after Ratzinger, who's going to resign imminently within the next few weeks, the next pope is going to be the final pope. So it all starts to get a little bit apocalyptic. Is going to be the final pope. The final pope. The final pope. The final pope. Is going to be the final pope. And the website is nomorefakenews.com. John published an article a couple of days ago now entitled, "Are We All Living Inside a Virtual Simulation?" And he joins us to talk about it. John, welcome to the show.
Great to be here, Paul. Thanks.
Welcome to the show.
Great to be here, Paul. Thanks.
Welcome to the show.
Great to be here, Paul. Thanks.
Welcome to the show.
Great to be here, Paul. Thanks.
To set up a dictatorship?
The final pope. Welcome to the show.
Great to be here, Paul. Thanks.
I'm doing an interview. I want to know who you are and why you believe what you believe and what facts you have to back up what you believe.
Well, exactly. So what's the problem? Well, exactly. So what's the problem? Well, exactly. So what's the problem?
At this, the serpent said to the woman, "You positively will not die, for God knows that in the very day of your eating from it, your eyes are bound to be opened, and you are bound to be like God, knowing good and bad." Consequently, the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was something to be longed for to the eyes. Yes, the tree was desirable to look upon. So she began taking of its fruit and eating it. Afterward, she gave some also to her husband when with her, and he began eating it. Then the eyes of both of them became opened.
Well, exactly. So what's the problem?
Welcome to today's edition of Phenomena that is completely to do with the Illuminati and false prophets and more. I'd like to bring forth a very special guest, my best friend, to ask and bring forth some questions that need to be answered about this so-called man, and answer some of these questions.
Hello, good evening, viewers. Hope you all have a happy New Year and had a good Christmas. Yes, David Icke. Well, what can one say? On the Wogan show, he proclaimed himself as the Son of God, which, as a Christian, is blasphemy. We're all children of God, God our Father in heaven, but we're not the son or daughter of God. He has never retracted that statement. Now, this man, also David Icke, if you look at him now, you can see quite clearly the slits in his eyes, which is an Illuminati trademark.
Yes.
You can see his teeth. Sometimes it looks like he's got a bit of chewing gum in his mouth, but it's not. It's a tooth retracting, like a lizard or a reptilian. Look at his eyes. Look at his skin. There's sort of wrinkle on his face. Now, this man is
black.
Not a hologram. He is not.
What's that coming down from his lip?
Projecting his image into our minds.
Look, what's that coming down on the other side of his lip?
Exactly.
A lot of disgusting. Oh, people at home, I'm so glad that you will be seeing this. Now, I've got a question to ask you, Mum. Is this one of a big sin that he claims to be the Son of God?
Oh, it's one of the biggest in the Christian religion, absolutely, and it's a personal attack on God.
And is there such thing as false prophets predicted in the Bible?
Yes, absolutely. I think most people will know that. Jesus said himself that there would be many false prophets coming and claiming to be him, claiming to be prophets. This man seems to be one of them. But unfortunately, he seems to be working for the Illuminati.
Yes, but what information has he may have falsified?
He hasn't. All he does is give out questions. He never gives out any answers. I don't believe we can trust this man at all. I think that he's
that's a
fed
horrible
us
picture.
Maybe a load of bonkum. I really don't care anymore. You see slit eyes on a person like that who gives speeches and earns a damn good living out of this work.
Pointing them out, yeah.
Pointing them out. And yet he never, ever tells us anything of how we can win this, how we can get rid of them, get rid
The
of the
five-pointed
matrix
stars.
that we're in.
I mean, let's not forget the five-pointed stars that are so obviously in
People,
all of our faces.
When you looked at your Christmas cards, if your stars had 5 points on the Christmas cards, then what you're looking at is a pentagram.
And
now,
that's...
honestly, hasn't this gone just a little bit too far? Come on, guys, we've got to start looking into this. We don't want pentagrams on our Christmas cards. We don't want to be ruled by people like this. Look, not a wrinkle. He's in his 50s. Anyway, I'll pass you
now,
over to
with
my son.
the information that he's leaked about Balmoral and the sacrifices on many of different ground, how would he be privy to this information, I ask? Well, apparently he's done a lot of research. Well, could that just mean reading a lot of bloody books?
Or going.
Or could that mean actually going and participating in one of these rituals?
Yes.
Because I know a lot of people would not know of this stuff if it wasn't for David Icke. How did he actually find this out? Now, I'm actually just paused it here. Actually, you can actually see where his nose is going all this very odd colour down the side there. That being a prime example in itself. And do you see the double layered teeth?
Yes.
He's got one layer at the bottom and another layer just at the bottom. Just like everybody knows that everyone's nightmares. That is very important for our future. You see that, you fight or you won.
Yeah,
right now let's
continue.
This will all be dismissed. But I'm sure you people with open minds. Now keep a look on his lip here.
Oh.
It's like his lips are you could stretch it and let it stretch as long as you wanted. I can't think. Plasticine. That's the word. Now look at them bottom teeth here rising up. And of course, don't forget, look at that for a slit eye. I mean, I don't think there's any other better demonstration of a slit eye than this. And this is a false prophet. Now look, he's sticking his tongue out for the love of goodness.
He does 6-hour conferences.
Yes, feeding off our fucking fear about these things. So this has to be pointed out to you guys. Look at this. Who can trust this man anymore? A false prophet predicted in the Bible that's going to come, claim to be the Son of God, and there's going to be loads. Well, I do not trust anybody who goes slit eyes like that, and especially that can transform, because the only thing that can transform is the devil. So you see anything transforming, you run. But this is the Illuminati. He's been a spokesman for the Illuminati since it started. He was brainwashed. He's been either been chasing his shadow, or it's caught up with him, or he's been a puppet from the beginning.
Yeah.
Either way, he's untrustable for certain now.
And the hand signals he gives off all the time. He's making
that can't be seen because I'm showing them his eyes.
He's making Freemason signs which are attached to the Illuminati in some way. And these signs are hand signals that they do with their fingers and their hands.
Anyhow, Mr. David Icke, I will not stop until I find out the truth about this Illuminati. You stop throwing this info at us and tell us answers of how to stop them from taking over the world.
He won't. He's got no soul. If he's one of
yes,
them...
but if he knew he was going to lose his soul, you'd have thought that he'd pre-recorded a video to play back for us. When the occasion happened.
I don't believe they can. How could they have kept this secret for so long unless it's on pain of death? That if they spoke out.
Why do all Illuminati seems to be doing good things? Unless they're trying to repent.
I think you came up with that idea, and I think that's a very good one. Trying to repent. is quite a good idea. Or they're trying to kid us that they're doing good when really the money they're raising is going towards arms for the guerrillas.
Anyhow, thank you for watching. I do hope you've enjoyed this edition of Phenomena. Thank you very much. God bless your souls and all of our souls, and God bless all. Thank you.
And last but not least, look who we got here. Surprise, surprise. David Icke, the one who said about the reptilian existence here on our planet. Now I wonder, what is it that these guys are doing? They don't want anything that our God created. They don't want anything to do with it. So they destroy our body. And that's what they want to do. This is what's all the new world order is all about. And this David Icke won't tell you. Neither Alex Jones or C. Green or Jesse Ventura. So that is the honest truth. They want to replace humanity with the draconian hybrid. And this is what they do. They eat flesh, human flesh, and they love blood. Some people call them vampires, but they're not vampires. That's just a random name someone invented back in the 1800s because of the movie or the book Dracula. But this is what the real Dracula looks like. The real draconian, the bloodsuckers. That's what they like, that's what they love, especially children's flesh and blood. I've always had my suspicion of David Icke, and I knew there was something wrong with him. He will trick you, he will play around with your mind. It's like Alex Jones says, there's a war going on for your mind. What do you think he created Prison Planet at InfoWar? Don't you get it? That's what it's all about. You give him the info, and he targets you. Just like what happened to that senator that came to Alex Jones talking about what was going on in the White House with children's. They were prostituting children's, and what happened to her? Next week, she was dead, shot and killed, her and her husband. So would you trust people that you don't even know? Especially if they're a hybrid, draconian hybrid. Now think about it, you guys out there that trust these guys. Beware of the Nephilim. Beware of the hybrid. They're not to be trusted. Once you see something like this, that's undeniable proof. It's physical. It's there. It's visual. You can see it. Now there's going to be a lot of people and a lot of entities in YouTube that will say otherwise. Would you trust anyone that you don't even know, that they even have an avatar in on their name, and tell you otherwise than what you see? So think about it, guys. I know what I know because I lived it. I've seen it. I've touched it. I smelled it. I was there. I'm telling you, my brothers, humans, and sisters, my brothers, humans, brothers and sisters, I'm telling you, beware of these things. These things are happening, and it's real. Believe me, there are millions of these things out there, and there's thousands of them in YouTube, and they all, every day, they're going to comment, and they will counterbalance whatever I'm going to say, just to keep you in the mindset, in the mind control. Their spirit is demonic. Their body is demonic. Everything is demonic from them. The way they're thinking, their twisted minds, everything. They're not humans, period. So beware of these things. They are real. And they are all over the place, especially in church. I mean, think about it for a second here. This is Satan's kingdom, this planet. This is his kingdom. Do you think for any minute or for any second now that he will let you
know who the true God is? Do you think he wouldn't do everything possible that he can to keep you away from the real God? That's what he has done for 2,000 years, even more. This battle has been going on since the Sumerians. The Sumerians were descendants of Cain. And Cain had the seed of evil in him. So you can imagine how far this has gone. How far this has been. The only way you can get out of this matrix is moving yourself. Look for yourself through history.
But this conspiracy is a lot bigger than David Icke. Too many people really believe that their lives are controlled by leaders who are half human, half alien reptiles. How cynical are we? How fed up can we be that we decide our leaders are powerful aliens and that it's useless to fight back? Take it from me. There are forces out there that want to keep us down, to take away our freedoms, control how we live. But they're people, just human beings, just like you and me. Keep fighting. I'm Jesse Ventura, and this is Conspiracy Theory.
taking over. Pass it on. Reptilians is taking over. Pass it on. It's my stuff. You ain't taking me alive, Reptilian.
Holy planets! A reptile man!
Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Hello, everybody.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Who am I speaking with?
This is Charles Elashi, the director of JPL, and we have a room full of the mission operation personnel. This is Curiosity mission operation on Mars.
Well, it is great to talk to all of
this is Curiosity mission operation on Mars.
Well, who am I speaking with?
This is Charles Elashi, the director of JPL, and we have a room full of the mission operation personnel. This is Curiosity mission operation on Mars.
Well, it is great to talk to all of you, and I just want you
to JPL, and we have a room full of the mission operation personnel. This is Curiosity mission operation on Mars.
Well, it is great to talk to all of you.
This is Curiosity mission operation on Mars.
You better not talk about the reptilians.
You ain't changing nothing.
Brothers Lodge in Burbank to meet Andy and Larry Wachowski, the writers and directors of a film entitled The Matrix. I was excited to speak with them. They had written something that I had never seen, but in a way, something that I'd always hoped for, as an actor, as a fan of science fiction. The script that they wrote synthesized to me, it had Gibson. I'm going to be a little inside baseball here, as they say. But it had Gibson, it had Verne, it had K. Dick, Frank Miller, anime, Kurosawa, Peckinpah. It was Nietzsche. It was Buddha. It was Christ. It was themes and levels. It was dualities, modalities, realities, dreams, will, destiny, freedom, slavery of the mind, of the body, the construct, who lives, who dies, identity, sexuality, viruses, and love. It was mythology, philosophy, technology, and truth. What truth?
Hey, Keanu, hey man, I'm a big fan. I was just wondering if you could tell us what the truth about this is. Because I don't think that there's any clawed beasts in the Matrix script, is there? I mean, if you just want to clear this up, and tell us that it's, this is just a video anomaly of some kind, or, maybe you hadn't trimmed your nails that morning. I'm sorry, what's that? Oh, okay, it wasn't that you hadn't trimmed your nails, it was that there's a subplot in the Matrix of morphing into clawed beasts. Okay, I got that wrong. What you're saying is that it's because you were in that incubator for a really long time, and that's why your nails were long, and that, what's that? Oh, okay, an interdimensional thing where, like, they grow and then they suck back in. Okay. Right.
What truth?
Change their religion to another religion in the temple of that religion, and the father was the priest there, what would you think? Is that man ever going to call me again? Do you think he'd call me again?
with a member of our audience. Shapeshifters. Does technology exist where someone can create a holograph around themselves? Yes, the technology does exist. Okay, now, can a regressive entity take over a human body? The answer to that is absolutely yes. And the process is actually very simple. They abduct someone, they bring him to death very slowly, and the moment his last breath, his essence, leaves the body, they replace it with another. Several moments later, that person, that body will rise off the table. It will be the same physical body, but inside it has a completely different agenda, because now it's a different soul. That technology does exist.
You weren't supposed to know that, of course. Not if you're human. Not if you want to live.
She's clean.
Huh? Oh,
I'm sure you're old enough to remember this movie, but in 1967, guess who's coming to dinner?
I was only 6.
I figured. I'm sure you're old enough to remember this movie, but in 1967, guess who's coming to dinner?
I was only 6.
I figured.
But
the rest of us remember it very well.
I do remember the movie.
Now, do you remember this?
Sidney Poitier he's smooth.
Please, he's the greatest ever. Yeah. But he says to his father, "You think of yourself as a Negro man, and I think of myself as a man, and that's the difference." Is that still relevant today? I ask you. What are we? Who are we?
Well, we are Americans. We share common hopes. We share common dreams. We share common aspirations. We're going through common struggles. I mean, the fact of the matter is that everybody here, and I look at this audience and it's representative of the country, everybody here is connected in some fashion. And our success and our children's success is tied up together. And so I think most Americans feel that way. Mm-hmm. But what is still true is that, you know, there's still kind of a reptilian side of our brain, right? That part of our brain that if somebody looks different or sounds different, that there's a part of us that is cautious. And what we have to do is fight against that. And that's part of what Shirley Sherrod was trying to say. What we have to do is fight against that.
Then why should they buy one of ours? Why not? Because we can buy one of theirs. Open up the market.
We have capitalism and we embrace it, and they don't.
What we have to do is fight against that.
We have capitalism and we embrace it, and they don't. We have capitalism and we embrace it, and they don't. We have capitalism and we embrace it, and they don't.
What we have to do is fight against that.
Run out. Give me your name, sir.
Yoshi. Yes. How will your guys' bill affect the reptilian race?
All right, you have to tell me who and what.
The lizard people, in layman's terms.
Oh, geez. Lizard people.
Look at the next one, guys. This has got Franken clearly filled in. I mean, he's clearly filled in. And then they write in, under write-in, lizard people. It looks to me like it overvotes, Todd.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw that one out as well.
What do you say, Steve? Lizard people as a write-in. You're giving that to Al.
Listen,
What do you make of lizard people? What do you make of somebody going to the trouble of not just filling in a bubble, but writing out a full word lizard? I know it sounds maniacal, but lizard people, what do you think that means?
It's an editorial comment, Chris. It's not a vote. The vote was cast by the bubble. You got to give that one to Al. You got to give it to Al.
This is an Action News special report.
This is Rhonda Davidson on the scene, waiting to see if the lizard man will appear to claim his prize.
Oh, the lizard man is so cool. I want to be just like him.
Well, there you have it. Lottery winners really are popping up all over. Play Palmetto Cash 5 and expect the unexpected.
Well, this loser just got your biggest client to give him all their business. So hire me back. That business is yours. Don't, and I will find another buyer.
You're blackmailing me.
It's just business.
Well, I will not be blackmailed by some ineffectual, privileged, effete, soft-penis debutante. You want to start a street fight with me, bring it on, but you're going to be surprised by how ugly it gets. You don't even know my real name. I'm the Lizard King. Gets. You don't even know my real name. I'm the Lizard King.
I am the Lizard King. Retire now to your tents and to your dreams.
Ballot 1, I'm sorry. Just look for lizard people.
Okay.
Is this the lizard people?
Is this the one?
Lizard people.
Oh.
You got it.
Okay, well,
let's have a discussion.
I guess.
Jim Morrison
reference. Well, but you don't know that there's not someone named lizard people. You don't. You and I don't.
I wouldn't disagree with your
It seems to me it's also an obliteration of Franken. And
he wants to respond.
Please.
I don't know that he needs
Very
to.
briefly, yes, we don't know. It fits the statute, but
Those candidates are phonies! You heard me. They're alien replicants from beyond the moon. Yeah, right, man. Don't forget your stinking flag. Why won't anyone believe my crazy story? Oh, America, take a good look at your beloved candidates. They're nothing but hideous space reptiles. It's true. We are aliens. But what are you going to do about it? It's a two-party system. You have to vote for one of us.
Why? This is a two-party system. Well, I believe I'll vote for a third-party candidate.
Go ahead. Throw your vote away.
Recuerde, ¿cómo quiere que el mundo recuerde a Hugo Chávez?
Dos palabras, dos que son un hombre. Un hombre, es lo que soy, eso sí, hombre humano, pues. Hombre humano, porque hay seres humanos que no tienen forma humana, pero no son. Yo soy un humano.
The single occasion, I was in the main corridor at the base, and coming out of the room, along the main corridor was this very large creature, very tall, well over 6 foot, being accompanied by two men in suits, which I took to be NSA operatives. They're the only ones who don't wear badges in the place. I just stopped in my tracks, very, very shaken. I mean, it's a very powerful looking being, very difficult to describe, just very, very tall, very well built, very strong, well over, as I say, well over 6 foot. He must have towered at least a foot over my head. A greeny, browny, mottled type of skin. I tried to take in as many details as possible, but as I say, it literally caught me unawares. I was really put into shock. Didn't know what the hell it was. It was just casually walking along the main corridor with the two operatives. Got a very strong sense of evil and nastiness about the thing. It worried me for quite a while afterwards. I mean, you know, you're never told. The security people are last to be told what's going on. But it was inferred by others at the time that that was one of the reptile species. Of course, it didn't mean that much to me at the time. But every time you asked questions, no one wanted to answer. It was just strongly inferred that, yeah, that was a reptilian. You don't want to mess with that. And it was just left at that.
You better not talk about the reptilian.
Gimme Claw. Destined to be the biggest hit in 50 million reptilian years.
And make myself filthy rich at the same time. Just wait till they discover the side effects. Those bird brains will never know what hit them.
Hey, little dude, send your mama and daddy out of the room. I gotta get you up on this. You know who I am. Snake, dealing in weed, coke, crack, your choice. Take one hit and you'll do anything to cop more. Steal from your mama, lie, cheat on your homeboys. But hey, that's the price you pay when you deal with dudes like me. Now, some folks will tell you that I'm dealing in poison. But hey, do I look like the kind of guy that would do that to a kid like you?
And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
Welcome to the show.
Great to be here, Paul. Thanks.
The final pope.
So even if people wake up, it won't matter. So you're saying he's going to attempt to set up a dictatorship?
As I'm making this video, this is getting more and more bothersome by the moment. Stay tuned to the very end for something really weird. Now, why am I filming Alex Jones? I was making a video that I will reveal in the next few days, but I had made the video and I was done. I walked by and I saw something out of the corner of my eye. You may have just noticed it. I tried to lie to myself and say, you didn't really see that, did you? Don't rewind the video. Don't go look. But I had to. And I saw this. If you can explain that, that would be great. I could not explain it. I've seen this one other time before and it's bothered me for years when I saw it the other time. I saw it from Elvis Presley of all people. You know the video. Here it comes. 1977, backstage in Indianapolis. Right there. Now for those of you that didn't notice it, I'm sure I probably will go ahead and just put in another version. Here he comes. Right there. That really bothered me. To this day it bothers me because his face kind of goes back to normal. The guy rushes in and starts patting him down if you watch the whole video. Now, back to Mr. Jones. Thought I'd get a close-up. Now, this, I've filmed off 4 different Roku boxes, 2 different phones, and a camera. Everything all the same. It kept being the same result. So I finally thought, what can I do that would be different, that's going to produce maybe a different result? Well, I decided to go ahead and catch a live stream and do a screen capture and then play the video that I had taken myself with my iPhone in real time against it. Now watch this. Not only does he go out of sync, he then freezes right at the end for no discernible reason in the video where his head doesn't explode. Now, right here, I'm going to go back and forth, and you can see for yourself that I had the 2 synced up, but at the point where Alex Jones, I don't know, for want of a better word, goes all reptile, he goes out of sync, And then the moment that he phases back in, the actual video on the live stream stops, on the website stops for just a second, and then continues on for no reason whatsoever that I could find. It's like somebody had tried to go back and make it look like Alex Jones had doctored it and then missed it by a second or two. Hell, I don't know. Now I'm just talking crazy. The whole thing's crazy. Look at this. He's got bug eyes on one picture, fine eyes on the other. If you can make sense of this, feel free. Because it wasn't just one TV. It wasn't just one phone. It was multiple TVs, multiple phones, multiple Roku boxes. So I don't know what to tell you. I wish somebody could tell me, though, because I think I've kind of freaked myself out with this. It's a bit bothersome. See, right there, the arm froze, and then right at the last second, it'll kick back on. Just weird. The minute that he went back to normal in the other box, the arm froze. I thought I had the answers until I synced up the videos, guys. Sorry I couldn't finish up strong, but I think it's a little weird to end like that. As always, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. If you know somebody that maybe can figure this out, share this video with them. If not, we'll just go with Alex Jones as a shapeshifter. Why not? Stay vigilant, friends.
This is Curiosity mission operation on Mars.
Well, is not an alien force already among us?
Reptilians is taking over. Pass it on.
Yesterday, as many of you guys know who have subscribed to this channel, I found what can only be described as reptilian symbolism right at the heart of the Vatican, in the Pope's audience hall. So I thought I needed to dig a little deeper as to what this actually means and how to decipher the actual symbolism. So stay tuned as the Outer Dark brings you 5 symbolisms of the reptilian Vatican hall. Number 5. First, some context. Yesterday I found a giant serpentine monument in the Pope's audience hall, namely in Pope IV's audience hall, or so it's named. The audience hall itself is made of reinforced concrete by an architect that was known for building bunker-like public structures, indeed monuments, out of concrete. It was built in 1977, so it's really old in fact. It's been around there for a long time. But my first lead that something something was strange was this window, and I said, that looks like an eye. It looks like a serpent's eye. So I dug a little deeper, and when I saw the audience hall from the back, where the back audience was seated, it really did take my breath away, since what was revealed was this right here. That is a giant, massive reptilian face shaped into the direct architecture. Everything from the slits in the eyes to the scales to the fangs, there was no mistake about it. But what's behind this hinted symbolism? And what can we see or glean if we dig deeper? Well, number 4, look at where the Pope is seated. We see him here from the back of the hall, that is in fact seated in the mouth of the serpent or reptilian. In the very mouth. This is symbolic of the Pope being the voice of the serpent, in fact speaking the serpent's words to the audience. This might well shake your faith. That is, if you're a Catholic, which I was. I actually went to Catholic school myself and was an altar boy. But here you can see it in plain view. Clear symbolism, clear evidence that something here is extremely wrong. This image hasn't been photoshopped. This is real. This is built right into the architecture that was designed by those within the Pope's inner sanctum. But there is more symbolism. For this, though, we have to go outside. Number 3. Do you see anything strange here? You're looking at the hall itself. Do you see anything weird? Well, if you look carefully, it looks like the head of a giant snake. Can you see it now? In fact, it's almost unmistakable. You can see the snake's muzzle at the front and you can see its eye. It just looks like a snake. To me, this is yet more connective symbolism that what's going on inside matches the outside. Because since here we can see serpentine architecture with ease. Number 2, let's head back inside and look at what the Pope himself sees. If the Pope is seated where he is, what does he see? Well, he sees a giant serpent with eyes once again. The audience is symbolic of almost the serpent's meal, and the Pope is not preaching to the audience under this symbolism, but the giant god-like reptilian creature himself. Why? Because this is what the Pope sees. Can you imagine that when they were designing this, that they designed this all by mistake? That this is some kind of high anomaly? No, because they spent literally years on the designs. They definitely would have known what the Pope would have seen from where he was actually speaking. Also, what the audience was seeing. So this is very strange and it raises some serious questions. What is going on in the hall? Number 1. But the biggest clue, the biggest symbolism that tells us something is really, really wrong here is in fact what is missing from the hall, not what is inside it. Do you know what that is? Here is a clue. Now, think of the heart of Christianity and think of what symbol it has and think of what you do not see in this hall. You do not see any of it. That's right. There is no Christian cross. There is no cross in the entire building, at least no large statue, wall hanging, or anything. That you might say, what about that 10-ton bronze statue that's seated behind the Pope, where, as the Vatican states, Christ is being resurrected from a nuclear apocalypse or a nuclear bomb? To which I would say, this, I believe, is a direct corruption of symbolism. That is, they've taken the former Catholic symbolism of Jesus Christ, and they've displayed it in a corrupted manner, therefore corrupting its meaning. This is just not the way that you display Jesus Christ in any kind of Christianic religious order. You don't display Jesus Christ with massive wings on his back, rising up from an atomic apocalypse. You just don't do this. Look at representations of Christ from the past, just to compare. Take a look. Now you can see that there's just a huge, vast difference here. Something is profoundly wrong. I mean, this statue, which weighs 10 tons, just looks like some massive thing, like a boss from some video game or something from some horror movie. You just don't display Christ like this. And also note on this, Christ appears to have massive wings on his back. Half of his face also looks like it's missing, like he's been heavily damaged by the blast. Is this really how you display Jesus Christ? Ask yourself that. You don't even have to be religious. Just look at history and compare. So what is happening? Well, I don't know, but I'm going to continue to dig. You can be assured of that. But I think that this is significant and something really big has been revealed here.
And so I just thought, we should study by going through the text beginning with Genesis 2:25 and that we can read through the narrative together and discuss, going through to Genesis 3:17, and that should be really the foundation for what we get into.
Okay.
And then, of course, I look at the Hebrew, and when we get into other texts that are also King James, like Matthew 13, we'll look at the Greek as well. But just going to the story, and I'm not going to bring up all the words that I have looked up, because just for time's sake, but you can see my screen, you can see what I have up. And so the first thing is looking at Genesis 2:25, and we start there. We see that it says, and they were both naked, the man and his wife, and were not ashamed. And so, and I do have, for those that are not familiar, I have all three of the parallel accounts as far as the King James, the Septuagint, and the Aramaic Targum. And for people that are not familiar with the Targum simply means translation, and it is the oldest translation of the Hebrew Torah into a different language. And it dates back to the diaspora, the rebuilding of the temple in the 4th century BC. It's also 200 years older than the Septuagint. And so when it comes to examining the oldest translation and going back to the most ancient source, the Aramaic Targum is that which one should be examining and studying. And I know that most people are not familiar with it, but it is the one that I study the most when it comes to the first 5 books of Moshe, the Pentateuch, because initially the Targum, that's all there was, was the first 5 books. Those were the Torah, the law for the Israelites. And this is the account that they also studied from, was the Aramaic, because after the diaspora, they assimilated Aramaic as their colloquial language. And then when they returned back to the land and rebuilt the temple and began to do the worship and devotion again, Aramaic is what they had to translate the Torah, the Hebrew Torah, into, in order for the Israelites to be able to read, follow, and study along. And they read the Hebrew side by side with the Aramaic.
And you think that's the process that we see happening in Nehemiah chapter 8 with Ezra?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, and even Daniel and Jeremiah, you see that those manuscripts are also in Aramaic.
Cool.
All right, so continuing, we go to Genesis 3. And now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die, for God doth know in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be open, and ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil. And so just a couple of words that we should look at here. You shall not eat of it, neither shall ye touch it, lest ye die. The word eat there is the Hebrew word akal, and it also can mean to lay with or enjoy something as good fortune, sexual pleasures, or the fruit of good or evil actions. And even the word touch, naga, in the Hebrew means to lie with a woman. You can see that right there, right?
I can see it, and that's in addition to all the other uses of that word, depending on
right
the application to context. For example, like it says right after, to lie with a woman, by implication to reach, as if you're reaching after a woman, or is it to violently strike a woman?
Yeah, I'm just emphasizing specifics.
Oh, I
but
see.
Yeah, I have the whole. If you can see my screen, you can see that I have the whole word definition.
Yeah,
there. But
I'm looking on the actual YouTube feed, and we can see your screen share, so I think we're good.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll go down to Genesis 3:6. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat, and the eyes of them both were open, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together, and made themselves apron, and heard the voice of the Lord God walking in the garden. In the cool of day, Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God amongst the trees of the garden. The Lord God called unto Adam and said unto him, Where art thou? And he said, I heard thy voice in the garden. I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, Who told thee that thou was naked? Hast thou eaten of the tree whereof I commanded thee that thou shouldst not eat? All right, let me speak about what I believe is actually occurring here, and how I interpret the story with regard to them eating of this fruit from this tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Initially, I'm sure you're familiar with the primary Adamic literature, the first and second books of Adam and Eve, and how it speaks of how they were bright-natured beings, and that in the story when they ate they lost basically what was their light vestures, their immortality, and then they transitioned into a bestial form. They had not ever experienced even darkness or the sun. They didn't know cold or heat. They had never eaten anything. They did not even have digestive systems. They had never drank water. And so they were completely immortal in aspect, and they did not know what it was to be in a bestial body. You guys are familiar with that, right?
I am familiar with the books of Adam and Eve, and that's actually one of the apocryphal texts that I struggle to get on board with for a variety of reasons. Some of the reasons you mentioned, because of the way of the nature of how Adam and Eve are described in comparison to the what we study as far as the nature of the resurrection bodies that we were promised to receive versus the earthly bodies Adam and Eve were made out of. So that's something that we're actually looking at reviewing on Honor of Kings season 3. But I don't want to give away like an entire 5 or 6 episodes, depending on how we come to the conclusion once we finish studying it line by line. So that's my first initial thought after having read multiple times the books of Adam and Eve and looked through them. But we do plan to study those line by line. So for the sake of our conversation tonight, I'm just gonna we're going to go with the premises that you're putting forward from the books that you're wanting to talk about.
Okay, well, when you read those manuscripts, it's clear that they had an immortal aspect, and they were not yet into mortal embodiment until they ate from this tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And where it says that in the day that ye eat thereof, you shall die, that when they did eat, and I do believe that it was a fruit that they ate from this tree, and that when they ate it and they touched it, that they took on what was an animalistic nature. They fell from what was an immortal to what is a mortal embodiment. And so, in my opinion, that's also when their genitalia appeared, because after eating this fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, their eyes were opened and they knew that they were naked. And then they sewed fig leaves to cover their genitals. It's also my opinion that after eating this fruit and then taking on this mortal aspect, when their genitals appeared, that's when the serpent beguiling Eve, and as we'll look at 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verses 2 and 3, where it speaks about Eve having been a chaste virgin, but then after the serpent beguiled her, that she had lost her purity, her virginity, her chastity. And
so then you're equating the reaching out to take the fruit in both senses of its possible application. You're saying that it's both to physically eat and consume, but it's also a dual meaning that they not only ate, but then after they ate, they had the ability to literally lie in sexual nature with the serpent. Okay. Yes. I just want to make sure I understand. And also clarifying for the audience, because I see some questions in the chat, and I just want to make sure people are following us.
Yeah, and we can answer. I'll be glad to answer any questions that people have, but let me set the premise here first. Sure. And so Yeah, so after they eat this fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, the serpent beguiles Eve, and in my opinion, impregnates her with Cain, and that's why it says in the scriptures that Cain was of the wicked one, and we'll look at closer at those particular words and passages as well, but we'll go through Genesis 3 first. And then when she gave the fruit to Adam to eat, and I believe that that act was him repeating what he had seen with the serpent, and that this is when she was impregnated with Abel, and that's why Eve is the mother of all the living. And then when we get to the punishments, which are shortly after these verses, you'll see that God tells the serpent that he's going to put enmity between his seed and her seed. And so Cain was of his seed and Abel was of Adam's seed. And that's why we see the enmity playing out. And the curse on the serpent is that there's going to be enmity between their bloodlines. And then we see in the next verse, which we'll get there here in a second, but that Eve is cursed to bear children in sorrow. And that's the punishment for her having eaten this fruit, which everybody believes or equates to be an apple. But I believe it to have been like grapes or some kind of cluster of grapes, and also symbolic of some kind of sexual connotation.
Because doesn't First Enoch describe it as a cluster of grapes, or similar to?
Yeah, I believe so. And there's also other stories that also describe it as a cluster of grapes as well.
Yeah, and so from what you were just paraphrasing and setting as a foundational idea, you actually clarified something that I had heard. Because without, there's so many different arguments that people come up with, or misconceptions of what the actual argument is for the serpent seed theory. And one of them you just clarified, which is the idea that Adam, from your perspective, you're saying that Adam took of the fruit and then copied what you think happened between the serpent and Eve, and then Adam turned around and copied that with Eve. Whereas the misconception I've heard is that Adam did that with the serpent, and there was some sense of homosexual nature relationship. But you're saying that's not what you're teaching or what you think.
No, not at all.
Adam just took that fruit and did what he saw happening to Eve.
Right, because the results of his eating with Eve was that Abel would be born of that conception.
Okay.
And so
you're
have,
saying like a dual conception in the same
right,
in the same day or time period?
Well, they were twins, and it's called heteropaternal superfecundation, which just means that fraternal twins were born of two different fathers, which happens even in this day and age. But
it does happen. Yeah, I think they're on Maury Povich.
Yeah, right.
Not the father. You are the father.
Right.
Yeah.
So I want to share something here from the Targum real quick before we go past. It says in this verse as well, and the eyes of both were enlightened, and they knew that they were naked, divested of the purple robe in which they had been created. And so it's my opinion that, again, they were clothed in what was a bright nature before having eaten this fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and that in doing so they were put under the authority of death, which was the loss of their immortal nature and their placement into fallen flesh form, which is why when we are redeemed by Christ, he rectifies the fall and restores us to our first estate. They then were taken back up into paradise. And paradise, where they originally fell from, is in the third heaven, as Paul speaks about in 2 Corinthians, that paradise is in the third heaven. And you see confirmation of this in the book of Enoch and other places as well, the vision of Paul and other things. And so it's my opinion that after these punishments, which we're about to go into, then they were banished here to the earth, and that the fallen angels had already been cast out and were here as well. And so looking at a few verses here, And here's one from the book of Adam and Eve, which talks about that as well. And because at that time they were filled with the grace of a bright nature, and they had not hearts turned towards earthly things. And so, again, the primary Adamic literature, without a doubt, shows that they were immortal in aspect before having eaten this fruit and being tempted and having fallen. The word there for pleasant even has something to do with lusting and being desiring, and we see that with these other verses as well with desired. The word shamad, it is the attraction greatly below, things of that nature. And even the word for eat can also, as we said, to mean lay with a woman, enjoy sexual pleasures. The word fruit, it has representative of offspring, children, progeny. So let's go into
There's a
now.
quick question we have in the chat, and this
Yeah,
this
sure.
one shouldn't take too long. Can you see it on the screen? I just put it on the screen for us. Do you see the question? You switched windows? I'll just read it to you. It's okay. I apologize.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Someone is asking, Griffin Fire 101 is asking, wouldn't he be a giant then? And I'm assuming he's referring to Cain, the birth of Cain. And this is the assumption that an angel taking a woman, there's immediate offspring would be a giant. We actually talk in Honor of Kings, first season, episode 2, how there's several different ways to make a giant, and it doesn't have to be guaranteed. But what would you say about that, Zen?
Well, in my opinion, Cain was different in appearance, but with regard to being of giant stature, it's my opinion that Adam and all of the first 10 generations of humanity are what we would consider to be giants, that they had very much longer lifespans and that they were very much larger in stature than normal humanity, especially post-flood humanity. But it does speak about in the Gospel of Bartholomew that Adam was 60 cubits tall, and so whatever you can take that for, he was a very much larger stature than, and again, the living almost 1,000 years, that also differentiated the first 10 generations of Adam and humanity in stature and size from post-flood humanity and lifespan.
So you said the Gospel of Bartholomew claims Adam was 60 cubits tall, and I'm guessing that's the cubit, like the Egyptian royal cubit, which is what, 20 to 25 inches?
Well, they say that it equates to 90 feet, so
that'd be about 18 inches then.
Yeah,
per cubit. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
But with regard to Cain, and I will bring this up as well, is that he was what is called seraphic in appearance, which means that he had a snake-like, a serpentine, a reptilian nature to his bloodline. And so that we see is spoken about as far as with the devil. He's called in Revelation 12 that ancient dragon, that old serpent, and that Christ refers to even the Pharisees when he, speaks of them as being that their fathers were the assassins of the prophets from Abel to Zacharias, which we know Abel was killed by Cain. And so he's associating them with Cain's bloodline and Cain's lineage. He speaks about them as being a brood of vipers as well. And so
which verse, do you remember the address of the verse that you're thinking of that talked about Cain being seraphic?
Yeah, it's just Genesis chapter 4, verse 1, which will go into the some of the other, as far as some of the ancient books of commentary, and then also I'll get to that as well. But we're gonna continue here.
Sorry to jump ahead. I thought we may have missed it.
Yeah, no, it's fine. And so I wanted to look at the punishments here from Genesis 3:15 through 3:17, because in my opinion, it's only by understanding the Eve eating the fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil in the way that I'm expressing it here, that one can then make sense of the punishments that they are and that are revealed directly after they eat, and that are directed to the serpent, to Eve, and also to Adam. And so in Genesis 3:15, and I will put enmity, this is to the serpent, I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between thy seed and her seed. It shall bruise thy head, and thou shalt bruise his heel. Well, we know that the second aspect of that was a prophecy of Yeshua as far as being the seed of the woman, and that when he was on the cross and crucified, that this prophecy was actually fulfilled, in that I believe it was like 1600 years earlier when David had slaughtered Goliath, who without a doubt was serpent seed. He was a hybrid giant. He had taken his head back as trophy to prove to the people there in Jerusalem that he had killed the Philistine champion. And he then buried Goliath's skull in Golgotha, which means Goliath of Gath. And even the place of Calvary is alluding to a skull and means skull.
Mm-hmm.
And so there where he buried Goliath's skull, Yeshua, when he was crucified on the cross, this prophecy was then fulfilled, in that he was crushing the head of the serpent seed at the same time that it was nipping at his heel. And so looking at the very next verse, unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. And so in this verse, and we'll look at the Hebrew words as well, that Eve, because she ate from this tree of the knowledge of good and evil, she was pregnant. As I said, the serpent pounced upon her, and in beguiling her, that word in the Hebrew is nashah, and in the Greek expatio, and it means wholly seduced. And again, it's my opinion that the serpent impregnated her with Cain, and then Adam, repeating the act with Eve, then impregnated her with Abel. And so that's why we see the enmity between the seed lines being mentioned here, because the fulfillment of this prophecy would be that Cain would murder his half-brother Abel. And then we see, again, the punishment for the woman is that she will bear children in sorrow, and that she will bring them forth in conception. And then afterwards, having the lustful desire to procreate brought upon her as part of the natural aspect of being a human, that her desire should be to her husband instead of the serpent. And so
okay, so if I may jump in real quick,
yeah, sure.
Like we were saying, there's a lot of you're making a lot of points, and I just want to be able to, instead of trying to stop at every single point you make, I'm going to have to be strategic in which ones I talk about. But you talked about the word being used for her being beguiled in Genesis 3:13, right? And you were talking about that one means wholly seduced.
Mm-hmm.
And you said, is that in the Greek is where you find it, that translation? I'm looking through some of the
Greek is in 2 Corinthians chapter 11 verse 2, and that word is expatio. But no, in Genesis 3 the word is nashah.
Yeah. So do you ascribe to any of the common concordances like Strong's or NASB exhaustive or Brown Driver's Biggs?
Yeah, these are from the Strong's. Yeah.
Because there's some other definitions I'm seeing that talk about being deceived, or to be morally seduced, or to be mentally deluded. And so I guess all I'm trying to say for those who are testing this idea, it seems to be there are a couple different ways that could be taken.
Well, yeah, but morally and as you say, would not lead to her bearing children. And so
Right,
the
and
only way that a woman can be sexually beguiled and corrupted and lose her chastity is if she is physically corrupted, and that is what leads to children and offspring and progeny, as these particular words. When you go into and you look at the words for seed, and even everything for bringing forth children, everything has to do with progeny.
Oh yes, yeah. I was just making sure in the context of Genesis 3 is that was the application of that word, because it doesn't speak until Genesis 4 about her actually bearing or bringing forth, through the help of the Lord. Genesis 4:1 that Adam went into her and she conceived.
Yeah, but in Genesis 3, after she eats fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, the prophecy and the results of her eating this fruit is that she is now going to have to bear children in sorrow. And the serpent is told that Cain, who is his progeny, his seed, is going to be at enmity with that of Adam's.
I totally understand, and that's where I was. That would go off of basically the assumption that Adam and Eve were not instructed before this event that they would have children, right? Is that the premise that you're running with?
And
is
they
that
weren't.
When they were created, they weren't supposed to multiply, and they were only told to multiply after they fell and after they sinned?
Right. Yeah. No, you're talking about Genesis 1:26 through 28, and those were hominids that were created on the earth, and they were told to be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth. But this is not the creation of Adam in Genesis 2:4 through 2:7.
Okay, I apologize. So I didn't realize this. I apologize. Thank you for helping me understand where you're coming from. So you're talking about the pre-adamic race theory as well, and that is actually some of the fundamental underpinnings of the conclusions you're drawing for the serpent seed theory as well. So you're saying that Genesis 1 is actually a totally different creation narrative. Genesis 2 is Adam and Eve, and then her pick up the story in Genesis 3 that connects to Genesis 2.
Yeah, because in Genesis 1:26 through 28, they were created as couples and multiple races, and they were created specifically on the earth, and they were told to go forth and to be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth. But in Genesis 2:4, you see Adam is a special creation. He's put in the garden of God, which is in paradise, and he has Eve taken out from his side. Completely different creation story.
Okay, that's right. Because you said you believe that the Garden of Eden is as where it is today, according to 2 Corinthians 12:1 through 3. That's in the third layer of the firmament, and as a result,
the firmament.
Right, above the layer that's above us, up in the third heaven. And so you say it's always been there, and it never was on the ground, and so therefore that's the premise you're going with, that Adam was put into that immediately above, and then when he was cast out in Genesis 3:24, how do you address that passage in Genesis 3:24 where it says he was taken out of the garden and taken to the land where he was created?
Well, his body was created from the dust from the ground, but it was his spirit that was blown into it. And it does speak about that, like in different manuscripts, but he was taken and placed into paradise after he was created.
Sure. I agree with that. Do you factor in the Book of Jubilees into any of your studies?
Yeah, I do. I'll mention Jubilees here in a short bit, because in Jubilees, it also speaks about how Sheth, who, if you believe that Cain was their child, he should be the third son. But in the Book of Jubilees, it makes mention of Sheth, whose name is compensation, replacement, and substitution, because Abel was killed by his half brother Cain. He is cited as being the second seed, and so we see that Adam and his children are Abel and Seth, and Cain is not included in his bloodline or genealogy, which is why in Luke chapter 3 you see that Cain is excluded from the genealogy of Christ as well, and that you have his whole bloodline, the first 10 generations, separated from the bloodline of Adam, which is listed in Genesis chapter 5. which we'll get to all of that here in a short bit as well.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll let you continue. I was just trying to clarify, not just for me and make sure I knew where you're coming from, but also for people in the chat. Because like you said, some of the things that we try to do on my channel is make sure we hear the correct story. And this is stuff where, if you see me, some of my videos I've done where I'm speaking to unbelievers or I'm being interviewed by atheists, I always tell them that, so much confusion happens when we're arguing over the wrong narratives or two different narratives. And our goal is let's just get clear on what's actually being said, and then we can just jump in and decipher. A lot of folks in the chat seem to be coming from various different places, and I'm just trying to help everyone catch up to where you are to make sure they understand what you're actually saying. I don't want them getting confused because they believe something they heard from somebody else,
Well, certainly. And I appreciate you doing that as well, because most people interject what they think I'm teaching. And, a lot of what they say is actually incorrect. Like the whole thing with Adam having sex with the serpent. That's not what I teach at all.
Right.
And so, and it's very clear that when we get to the Targum, Genesis chapter 4:2, it says, and she added to bear from her husband, Abel. And so we see that the result of him eating the fruit with Eve was that Abel was born as a fraternal twin. And so we'll get to that here in a short bit. But again, looking at the word for seed here, it's the Hebrew word zera, and it means fruit, plant, sowing time, posterity, carnally, children, offspring, descendants, semen, virility, fruitfulness. And so you see all of these, the same thing. The seed is children and a reference to children. And when we get to the actual Targum passage of that particular verse in Genesis 3:15, not only does it say that God's going to put enmity between thy seed and her seed, but it says thy son and her sons. And the reason it says thy son and her sons is because Cain kills Abel, and then Seth is the replacement for Abel, and it is through Seth that the children of Adam will be propagated in the 10 generations after. And we also see, real quick, one last thing, is that Seth is cited as being in the similitude and likeness of Adam, where Cain is not.
Okay. So you referenced the Targum, but you had definitions on the word on the screen there. So I wasn't able to read along from what you were referencing, but you were talking about the seed and from the Zera definition you gave, and you mentioned the Targum. Were you repeating the Targum from Genesis 3:17 through 24?
Well, I'll just bring it up so you can see it.
Because I've read the Targum, and I didn't remember it saying the sons. I remember it says from your seed and her seed, and I just want to make sure that I'm following.
Yeah, let me go to it. And here it is. Okay. This, I believe this is the Targum here. The third one. And so down here it says, and I will put enmity between thee and the woman, and between the seed of thy son and the seed of her sons. Do you see that?
I do. And it goes on to expound, doesn't it, though? And when when the sons of the woman keep the commandments of the law, they'll be prepared to smite you up on your head.
Right.
I always thought this was an interesting translation because it actually mentions the law back in Genesis 3 as part of the prophecy, at least according to the Targum translation.
Right. And not only that, but if you look at the further elaboration after that, it tells us that it was in paradise that they had fallen from, and that it was after they were cast out of the heavens that the cherubim are put into place to keep them from eating from the tree of the the tree of life, because otherwise they would have been in a forever fallen state. So,
and that's under the assumption that they were in the third layer while it's transpiring. Would how you view this storyline, would that change at all if the Garden of Eden was actually on the ground and that could be shown from other books?
Well, it's not, and I have verification of that from many stories, even here in the Targum, as well as a both Vision of Paul and Second Corinthians, and also the Book of Enoch. They describe paradise as being above the vaulted dome of the earth. And so the Garden of Eden, where they were cast down to, yeah, it's on the earth, but that's not where they fell from. And so, you know, here, we'll you can read it in the story of the Targum as well, where it talks about it, but that's after chapter 3, verse 20. So we'll get to that in a short bit. All right, let me just skip ahead, I guess, to that portion of the story. And from the King James, it says, "Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken." And then you see, "So he drave out the man and placed him at the east of the Garden of Eden, cherubims, flaming sword, which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life." So this, in my opinion, is when they were cast out of paradise. And reading the Targum version, you get a great elaboration on this. And so I'll just read a little bit for people that are not familiar. And Adam called the name of his wife Hava. Hava means life giver, because she is the mother of all the children of men, meaning that she was the mother of the serpent seed as well as the seed of the woman. That's not the same for Adam, because he was not the father of Cain. And so continuing, and the Lord God made to Adam and to his wife vestures of honor from the skin of the serpent which he had cast from him upon the skin of their flesh, instead of that adornment which had been cast away, and he clothed them. And again, this opinion, in my opinion, is that they were in mortal form. And continuing, "And the Lord God said to the angels who ministered before him, Behold, Adam is soul on the earth, as I am soul in the heavens above. And it will be that they will arise from him who will know to discern between good and evil. Had he kept the commandments which I appointed to him, he would have lived and subsisted as the tree of life forever. But now, because he hath not kept that which I prescribed, it is decreed against him, that we keep him from the Garden of Eden before he reach forth his hand and take of the tree of life." We know that in Revelation 2, it also says that the tree of life is in the garden of God. And the Garden of Eden mentioned here is paradise, not the Garden of Eden that they were cast down to, which we'll see as we continue. Behold, if he eat thereof living, he will live and subsist forever. And the Lord God removed him from the Garden of Eden, and he went and dwelt on Mount Moriah to cultivate the ground from which he had been created, and he drave out the man from thence where he had made to dwell the glory of his Shekinah at the first between the two cherubi, which are the cherubim, before he had created the world. It also talks in about a lot of places that paradise was created before the foundations of this world. Hold on one second. I'm going to take a sip of water.
Okay. We have some great questions in the chat, guys. Please try to remain. If it's a question that you want us to ask, we're running up on the 48-minute mark here, and if it's a question that you want us to ask here in a few minutes as we get through the basic chapters that he's trying to introduce here, please hold on to your question, put it in all caps, make it sure it's a coherent sentence. That way we can see it and read it easily, and that way you have a better chance of getting it relayed. But someone right now, as a real quick question for me, this is played off of something that I've seen going on in the chat, Zen. People are asking if there are commandments in the law of God. So we actually talk about the law of God emphatically on this channel, and we go over the history of it and all the texts, and how we teach that it was eternal, that it was the same law of God that's kept in heaven by the Father, His Son, and His angels, Amen. Same as He gave to mankind on the earth. And so I guess the question that would arise from something like that is, according to your interpretation of this idea, if paradise, the garden, was in the third layer of the firmament, and Adam and Eve are up there and they're given commandments. Would you think that they're keeping the law of God while they're there? And if so, would that result in a really, really different type of penalty if Eve had committed some sort of cross-species sexual act?
They were told to keep the law, but the one commandment they were given and was to not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And the reason they were told not to eat is not because God did not want them to lose their immortal aspect. And so that was why he told them that in the day you eat thereof, you shall die. And that's exactly what happened to them. When they ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, they took on mortal form. And that's when the serpent beguiled Eve and impregnated her with Cain. And so it was more about keeping them in mortal aspect and not falling into mortal form.
Okay, because you're coming from the general predisposition that they were created immortal to begin with, and only after they sinned they received mortal flesh.
That's right.
I guess the only place, and I don't want to stop you from continuing too much further what you're saying. The only thing that I would struggle with that is the narrative of Genesis 2 that he's created from the dust of the earth. And so you're saying that someone that's created from the dust of the earth could be immortal if they wanted to be.
Well, yeah, initially before his body was, Adam, the second Adam was created different. Even though his body was created of the dust, he was not yet blood. He was flesh and bone, but he did not have blood within that flesh and bone body.
And that's what you, because, all right, I just want to make sure I understand. So then the first hominids that you said that you believe chapter 1 is different.
Yeah, those are different. Those were created on the earth and they were created as couples.
And do you think they had flesh or blood? Because honestly, I'm having to get your interpretation of this because I'm not seeing these sentences.
They were flesh, body, and blood.
Okay. So then in your interpretation, Adam is in Genesis 2 he's still created out of the soil, and the breath of life is still breathed into him. Genesis 2:7, but he is different in the fact that he's not truly someone that has blood running through his veins, but he's able to live above the firmament.
Yes,
and this is what I would struggle with. This is Enoch 15, where the Father says that for those who create in heaven above, their abode is in heaven. Those who create on the earth below, their abode is on the earth, and that's why they can't transition between. And the rebellious watchers were punished for coming down to copulate, create wives and families on the earth down below, because it wasn't intended for them. It wasn't their place. So I guess what I'm saying, what your theory interprets as Adam is made of the dust of the earth, but then he's given an abode in heaven that he would have lived forever if he'd followed the one commandment. But what I was trying to ask is that the only commandment, or was he not told that he can't murder and he can't cheat and he can't lie and he can't do any, the only commandment was they just don't eat the tree, and then they were given no other instruction while they're in the garden? That's
what we're told, yeah.
Okay.
Do you see somewhere else where it
says
that?
In Jubilees, chapter 3, I think it's verse 14, it talks about how the angel, or the narration of Jubilees is the angel speaking to Moses on Mount Sinai, and he's telling how they were commissioned to teach Adam and Eve how to tend and care and take after the garden. And then we see Adam later down, before leaving the garden and being expelled from it, that he's actually offering incense on the tabernacle inside the garden. And that's where, to me, that just seems like there'd be a lot more instruction for him to have that kind of competency in actually performing a form of worship to the Father. So,
well, I think when we get back up into paradise, we're all going to be worshiping the Father, and that's, without question, all the angels, that's what they were created to do. And I do, without a doubt, know that the law was established in the heaven, and I'm sure that the angels were teaching. But again, with regard to the commandments that we follow here on the earth, they were in immortal aspect. They weren't even supposed to have children. There was no murder. There's no, just like it says, with the angels, they are not given in marriage in heaven because they don't procreate. So the whole thing of a human nature and honoring father and mother and all that has to do with humanity and our being in a fallen state of being now, in a fallen form. All that wouldn't apply to us in heaven.
So here's the $1 million question. As you and I are both firmamentalists, and that's a joking term I use with folks, right? Because I love the firmament and I love all the scriptures that describe it. And you've written an entire book on the firmament where you've collected all the passages, and it's, you know, it's great. So if we're all descendants of Adam and Eve at this point, would we be able to, in our fleshly body, would we be able to abide and live, literally, you know, breathe the air and exist for more than 2 seconds in the paradise in the third heaven right now? If we were to
No, you can't go to paradise in immortal form. You have to be in immortal embodiment in the spirit. When to be absent from the flesh is to be present with God. And, you know, like the vision of Paul shows us, that after a person dies, those that are righteous go on to paradise. And even when Christ died on the cross and he restored Adam, and even to the thief, he told him that this day you will be with me in paradise. The thief went to paradise and waited for Adam and Christ to ascend with all of these righteous seed. And they were given over to the archangel Michael. They were baptized in the Archaeology lake, and then restored to their former bright nature. They were allowed to enter into their first estate, which again is paradise. We see this story is in the Gospel of Nicodemus and also the Gospel of Bartholomew, which shows to us again that originally they were in a bright natured form and they were living in paradise where they were restored to. And so, and that's part of what I was reading here, which I didn't get to finish, but from the Targum, it tells us that, you know, they had this immortal bright natured aspect when they were cast down. And we can tell that it was, you know, the tree of life is in paradise in the garden of God. Revelation tells us that. And I can share some other passages from, you know, Enoch and also the vision of Paul, which also confirm this, that paradise where they had fallen from is above the vaulted dome. That's where New Jerusalem is. That is the paradise of God. That's where the righteous ones live even now. And when Adam and his descendants, and even the thief on the cross, when they were taken to paradise, Enoch and Elijah were already living there because they had not succumbed to death. And we know that they're going to be the two witnesses of Revelation 11. And at that time, they will be killed for the first time and left in the streets of Jerusalem for 3.5 days as part of that end time prophecy.
So do you hold to the idea then that the concept of Sheol is no longer a thing after the resurrection of Christ?
No, it is for the wicked. But the wicked still go to Sheol.
Okay, so in your idea, you hold to the traditional concept of, at the resurrection of Christ, he took with him everyone who had died from Adam up to that point to heaven.
Right.
And and you're saying they met the thief that was on the cross because he kind of preceded Yeshua's resurrection by 3 days. And so
no, he went to paradise. He was given a pass to not have to go to Sheol and went directly to paradise. And Christ said, "This day you will be with me in paradise." So when he died, the thief just went straight to paradise, and Christ had to descend down into Sheol to break open the doors of iron, the gates of brass, and to take Adam and his descendants out of Sheol. And then he took them back up into paradise above the vaulted dome of the earth. They were baptized in the Archaeology lake and then allowed to enter into the city of God, New Jerusalem. But before they did, they met the thief, and the thief told them about how he believed on Christ as the Son of God, and that's why he was there. And then they entered together into paradise, and they met Enoch and Elijah.
Okay, I see. Okay, thank you for clarifying your stance on that. And just there's a lot of people asking in the chat because they, to have the discussion tonight, as you know, when I first reached out to you, I thought the best way that we might be able to have this discussion so that there's no confusion amongst anyone listening or watching would be a formal debate with times and everything. But then as we talked further about it, we went with this, what we're doing tonight, which is more of just having a discussion about these things. So I just want everyone in the chat to know this isn't intended to be an actual debate. This is just Zen already knows that I don't hold this theory in my teachings on my channel, and I know that he does. And we both knew coming into this presentation that we are on opposite sides of this theory, and that's fine. We're both okay with that. We both still love each other as brothers in the Lord. So everyone in the chat, it's okay. We're just having a conversation, and that's why I'm asking him to clarify, because I've heard various strains of serpent seed theory. Now, this isn't just me turning on the camera and saying, okay, explain everything. He knew that I'm going to be asking him questions as we go.
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
Okay, guys. So this is we're trying to walk a fine line of him letting him present what he teaches about this topic, and then me trying to learn what he teaches about this topic while you guys watch. So it's truly, I've never done anything like this on my channel, and hopefully it's coming across the right way, but I'm having to clarify for people in the chat. So, okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. We'll get back to it.
No, it's good. And yeah, I want you to interrupt anytime you have a question or if you have a point to make. So feel free to interject at any point. But I just want to finish reading this passage from the Targum, which again shows that there's a distinction between, even though the Garden of Eden here is paradise, they were cast down from paradise to what is the Garden of Eden on earth. And so then it continues, he dwelt out, well, let me go up one sentence. And the Lord God removed him from the Garden of Eden, and he went and dwelt on Mount Moriah to cultivate the ground from which he had been created, and he drave out the man from thence where he had made to dwell the glory of his Shekinah and the first between the two cherubim, or cherubia. Before he had created the world, he created the law. He prepared the Garden of Eden for the righteous, that they might eat and delight themselves with the fruit of the tree, because they would have practiced in their lives the doctrine of the law in this world and have maintained the commandments. But he prepared Gehenna for the wicked, which is like the sharp consuming sword of two edges. In the midst of it, he hath prepared flakes of fire and burning coals for the judgment of the wicked, who rebelled in their life against the doctrine of the law. To serve the law is better than to eat of the fruit of the tree of life, the law which the word of the Lord prepared, which we know that's Christ, that man in keeping it might continue and walk in the paths of the way of the life in the world to come. And there's a whole nother version of this from the Jerusalem Targum, but I'm not going to go into that. But I wanted to bring up one other thing really quickly, because you had asked about the law. And here in the Legends of the Jews, it talks about, in the beginning, 2,000 years before the heaven and the earth, 7 things were created. The Torah written with black fire on white fire and lying in the lap of God. The divine throne erected in heaven, which later was over the heads of the Hayot, which are the cherubim in Ezekiel chapter 1. Paradise on the right side of God, hell on the left side. The celestial sanctuary directly in front of God, having a jewel on its altar graven with the name of the Messiah, and a voice that cries loud, "Return, ye children of men." And so, do
you think that word hell being used in that first paragraph, is that referring to Gehenna or Sheol?
Sheol.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, but Gehenna, Sheol, Tartarus, they're all really kind of labels for the same thing, because there's 2 places, one for the righteous, which is paradise, New Jerusalem, and then the place of Sheol, which is in the interior of the earth. Go ahead with what you're saying.
I was just saying, I thought that Gehenna was specifically for the lake of fire, and I, if I'm not mistaken, isn't that what we are seeing in First Enoch chapter 27 or 28, and also I believe in chapter 43, that they're seeing the lake of fire, the place of final condemnation, and that is actually that is actually near the throne of God, near the seven mountains above the firmament. But the Sheol concept, as Enoch 22 explains, was a separate lower compartment underneath the plane of the earth.
I don't really know where the lake of fire is located, whether that's above the vaulted dome or not. But that's that's a elaborate, interesting point, and something that I should take a look at even greater. But wanted to bring up the one final paragraph here. When God resolved upon the creation of the world, he took counsel with the Torah. Her advice was this: O Lord, a king without an army and without countries, courtiers, and attendants hardly deserves the name of king, for none is nigh to express the homage due to him. The answer pleased God exceedingly. Thus did he teach all earthly kings by his divine example to undertake naught without first consulting advisors. And so it's then that the Torah tells them, that man is going to fall away, but that Christ as Messiah would enter in order to rectify the fall. And so redemption, the theme of redemption and the fall of humanity, all of that was known even before the foundations of the world, but that paradise was already created, already established, as was Sheol. And so then we know that the earth was created as what would be a union for those two particular places, and that it is on the earth that duality, the experience of good and evil, light and darkness, pain and pleasure, all of that comes into being.
Interesting. Yeah, because I think that's what in Jubilees chapter 2, we talk about the abyss. I think it's verse 2. He talks about all the things that were being made on day 1. And obviously we know from Genesis 1:1 as well, the heavens above were made, but also the abysses were created as well. So I've always, my buddy and I, Ken Heidebrecht, we theorized that is Sheol being spoken of, created on day 1. With the other layers of the firmament before our layer was fashioned and filled out and made. But I know that might run contrary to your theory of the pre-adamic race, but that's the conclusion he and I have come to over study.
Well, with the pre-adamic race, it's my opinion that in Genesis 1:2, that the war in heaven had led to the destruction of the first world age, and so everything was annihilation and had to be reconstructed and recreated and reformed. And that's what we see in Genesis 1:11 and onwards, is that the second world age and the earth is being recreated, the creatures refashioned to inhabit the land and the oceans and the seas. And that's why the hominids made in Genesis 1:26 through 28, they're told to go forth and to replenish the earth because it had been destroyed previously.
Okay. All
right. So we're now to Genesis 4:1, and we'll just cover, 2 Genesis 5, and I'm not going to cover every aspect of Genesis 4, just mainly this first verse here. And Adam knew Eve, his wife, and she conceived and bare Cain and said, I have gotten a man from the Lord. Well, everybody says that this is, the trump card for the serpent seed theory, but in actuality, when you understand the fullness of what is being presented here, this in fact just verifies that the knowledge of serpent seed is encoded. And I'll explain why as we look at some of the other, the Targum rendition, as well as some of the commentaries which are specific to Genesis 4:1. And in the Targum it says, and Adam knew Hava, which again, Hava is the Hebrew for Eve, and it means life giver. Hava, his wife, who had desired the angel, semicolon, and she conceived and bare Cain. And she said, I have acquired a man, the angel of the Lord. And she added to bear from her husband Adam, his twin, even Abel. And so, as I said, looking at the Genesis 3:15, where God is putting enmity between the seed of the serpent and the seed of the woman, that plays out with the birth of Cain and Abel, because Cain is of the wicked one, as it says in 1 John chapter 3, verse 12. And it was her desiring the angel, being beguiled by Satan, the serpent, in 2 Corinthians 11:2, that led to her conceiving and bearing Cain, because again, he was of the wicked one. And then where it says, and she said, I have acquired a man, the angel of the Lord. Well, this passage doesn't seem to make sense in the King James unless you understand that truly it was her desiring the angel that led to her acquiring this man. And it's not just the angel of the Lord, which, people would think that this is a representative of Cain, but it actually says in these other translations, which we're about to go into, that she has acquired a man from the angel of the Lord. And so we'll look at a couple
Zen,
of those.
which Targum are you reading from on the screen here?
Right here. This is the only one.
I mean, which is that the Jerusalem Targum?
It's the Aramaic Targum.
The Aramaic Targum. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the Aramaic, the oldest and most authoritative, and the one that dates back to the 4th century BC. All right, and so we'll look at the traditions of the Jews and the legends of the Jews on this particular verse. Their interpretation of Genesis 4:1 from Johann Eiseminger, which dates back to the 1700s. The traditions of the Jews, that says, and Adam knew his wife, who had conceived by the angel Samael, was pregnant, and bare Cain, whose resemblance was like the upper creatures, and not like the lower. And she said, I have got the man, the angel of the Lord. The next translation is from the Legends of the Jews, Louis Ginsburg, published in 1909. He says, Cain's descent from Satan, who is the angel Samael, was revealed in his seraphic appearance. At his birth, the exclamation was wrung from Eve, I have gotten a man through an angel of the Lord. And so looking at all of these verses, and then even in the Targum in Genesis 3:6, where it speaks about the serpent because of his subtlety that he deceived Eve, the name of the serpent there is actually Samael, the angel of death. And so it names the serpent as Samael. And it is actually in these two other translations that Samael is said to be the father of Cain as well. He is the angel of death, the viper of God.
And that's it. And which translations?
In the traditions of the Jews,
okay.
You should see it on the screen.
I do see it. I thought you were referring, when you say the word translation, I think you're talking about an actual text.
Interpretation. No, these.
Okay.
Well, these are actual what they, as far as they interpret the Genesis 4:1. When you look at these particular passages, it is Genesis 4:1 that they're speaking about.
I understand that. Yeah,
but they're not different language translations. No.
Okay, I'm just trying to, again, as always, just make sure the audience knows the words that we're using, and not just because most people, when they hear the word interpretation or the word translation, they think two different things, and they think a translation is like an authoritative version of the scriptures as opposed to an interpretive writing and commentary. So that's where I just want to make sure people understand. That's all.
And actually, the Targum is a translation, which, as I said, the word Targum in Aramaic just means translation, and it was the Aramaic translation of the original Hebrew Torah. And so again, in my opinion, looking at and understanding this verse and what's being revealed even in the King James, you find that it is encoded that this passage that is left out of the King James, who had desired the angel, it was her desiring the angel because she was tempted by Satan, beguiled by Satan, that led to the conception and the bearing of Cain. And that's, again, why he was of the wicked one. And then it would make sense that she would say, I have acquired a man from or through the angel of the Lord, which is exactly what Samael was. He was an angel of the Lord. And I'm going to go to one other point here, and that is Genesis chapter 5, and then we can take questions if you like from anybody in there. chat room. In Genesis 5, in the Targum, it elaborates a little bit more on this particular, the differentiation between Cain and Abel and their bloodlines. And again, as I said, Cain has a seraphic appearance, which means that he was serpentine, snake-like, that he represented and looked like the upper creatures, which it's referencing the seraphim angels there, which the word Sarah is snake. And so the seraphim angels are also dragon-like angels. And so looking at Genesis chapter 5 in the Targum, it says this: and Adam lived 130 years and begat Sheth, which again, Sheth means compensation, substitution, and replacement, who had the likeness of his image and of his similitude. For before had Hava, life giver, born Cain. Cain means acquired or possession, who was not like to him. And Abel was killed by his hand. And Cain was cast out, neither is his seed genealized in the book of the genealogy of Adam. But afterwards there was one born like him, and he called his name Sheth. Now, I mentioned that Cain means acquired and a possession. And that's exactly what Cain was. He was acquired by Adam as his stepson. He became a possession. He was not his of his bloodline, which is why Adam, when he's born, he even makes mention of this. There are passages which describe, which I'll read just a couple verses, and then we can move on from this point.
I'll have some questions after you're finished reading this.
Yeah,
part.
sure.
Okay.
Just a couple more. I had told you the book of Jubilees, it says, and Adam and his wife mourned for Abel 4 weeks of years. And in the 4th year of the 5th week, they became joyful. And Adam knew his wife again, and she bare him a son, and he called his name Seth. For he said, God hath raised up a second seed unto us on the earth instead of Abel, for Cain slew him. So if Cain was the firstborn son of Adam, Seth should be the third son of Adam, not the second. But because Cain is not Adam's child, we see that it speaks of him as Seth as being the second seed, which indeed is what he was. Because if you look at Luke chapter 3 again, you see that Cain is excluded from the genealogy of Christ because his bloodline is separated from that of Adam's. It's found in Genesis chapter 4, and Adam's bloodline begins with Seth because Abel was murdered in Genesis chapter 5. And we can see again the differentiation in these bloodlines. In the Keber Nagas, it says that, and he drove him out of the garden because of his apostasy through the sin of the serpent and the plotting of the devil. And at that sorrowful moment, Cain was born. And when Adam saw that the face of Cain was ill-tempered or sullen, and his appearance evil, he was sad. And then Abel was born, and when Adam saw that his appearance was good, and his face good-tempered, he said, this is my son, the heir of my kingdom. But again, because he was murdered, in Genesis 5:3, we see that in the King James, Adam lived 130 years, begat a son in his own likeness, after his image, and called his name Seth.
Now, do you mind if I jump in with some questions?
No, please. Go
ahead. So you're talking about you've already scrolled past it now. I apologize.
Oh, I can go up.
Some of the things you were mentioning, the points above, where you're dissecting the idea of Jubilees 4:1, also 4:7, how this Jubilees 4, I'm going to say Genesis 4:1 and Jubilees 4:7, and the idea that Seth is mentioned as the second seed of Adam, because in your interpretation of what that means, you're thinking that's to say Cain wasn't originally his, Abel was his, and therefore that's why Seth is being called the second. Yet, how do you feel towards the idea of the word seed itself being used, as we saw from the Targum, meaning someone that keeps the commandments of God as it expounded on the children of the woman? being, as we see Jubilees use that same terminology about being the seed of Abraham, is this the prophesied seed of the one to come in chapter 23, as is also repeated in Galatians 4 and other places in the New Testament, speaking specifically of this metaphoric, not literal zera, but this metaphoric zera of seed, one that was destined to be resulting in the Messiah, right? Like we also see mentioned in Genesis 17, through Abraham's seed, out of him will come great nations. Do you think that has any bearing on how those passages could be looked at, and to see that it's not physically speaking of a literal zera being the actual genetic seed, but instead Abel was the one that was doing the commandments, as we see in Genesis 4:7. He was actually bringing forth and rightly dividing his first fruits that he was bringing forth, and Cain was not. And so therefore he's not obeying the commandments of God. Instead, he has the seed of the serpent, right? The disposition of the unfaithful commandment breaker, as opposed to
yeah, that's the way a lot of people try to explain it away. But again, looking at Matthew chapter 13, it's very clear that Christ there explains the two seed lines. And he says that the enemy snuck into the garden and sowed the tares. And he says that the enemy is the devil, and the devil is the father of the tares. And this is after he sends the multitudes away, and he explains, because they ask him, oh, tell us, explain to us the parable of the tares of the field. We know it not. And that's when Christ goes into and tells them specifically that the tares are the children of the devil. And so it very much is a literal, physical bloodline. And that what occurred in the garden was a actual physical corruption of Eve, because otherwise why and how would it result in her losing her chastity? And then
that isn't that kind of an assumption though of the passage in Genesis 3?
Because again, when you look at Genesis 3:15, it tells us right there that because they ate and they were deceived in eating the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, that the serpent has seed. He has a bloodline,
right? With that's
in this world.
Exactly, but that would be using the preconceived idea of what that word seed is referring to as a physical, and then using the preconceived idea that because the statement is being repeated in Genesis 3:15 about the pain and childbirth that Eve would receive as a result of her sin, which wasn't the only thing that she was spoken to about. She was also spoken to about, having desire for her husband.
Yeah, but that also comes from them now being in physical embodiment and her having the lustful desire to procreate.
Okay. So from just to let you know, from my perspective, what I'm seeing from some of this is the coming to this Genesis 3:15 text of the prophecy that's given to Eve, and you're immediately equating that is spoken to her because she's pregnant, where as opposed to that spoken to her because it was always intended that her and Adam and Eve were to procreate. And you do that because you separate the Adam and Eve that you're reading of in Genesis 2 and 3 from the male and female created in Genesis 1:26 and 27.
Yeah, well, they're two different creation accounts.
Well, I mean, that is up for debate, though, right? Is it up for debate at all?
Well, yeah, it can, and it is debated, but in my opinion, it's very clear that when you read Genesis 1:26 through 28, that these hominids were created as couples. They were created on the earth, and they were told to be fruitful, to multiply, and to replenish the earth. Because again, in my opinion, in Genesis 1:2, you have the earth being destroyed, and it became without form and void, which the Hebrew there is tohu wabohu, which means a deserted wasteland. It became haya tohu wabohu. It became a deserted wasteland and an indistinguishable ruin. We're told in Isaiah chapter 45:18 and at 2nd Ezra that it was created to be a perfect work and that it was created to be inhabited. But because it was destroyed, and this is clear in 2 Peter chapter 3, that the first world age was destroyed by water. It is perished. It was completely annihilated. And then we see that it's recreated again. And these hominids, as well as all the creatures mentioned in the story leading up to what is the Genesis chapter 2, 4 through 7 creation of Adam, and this Adam was placed into paradise. It's a different creation account completely.
Okay, so basically what I'm gathering from this, and this is what I have heard, I just want to make sure, because my biggest thing is like, we just don't want to slander anybody. Our ministry is slandered all the time by people that hear little snippets of what we talk about, and then they run and start saying we're teaching crazy stuff. And so, I don't want you to be slandered, and I want to make sure you have a chance to state fully the foundations of where you're laying your case, because I've heard you talk about this, not just in your personal videos, but also your joint broadcasts with other presenters. And so basically what I'm hearing is that there is a significant part of the foundation of your serpent seed theory that is based upon the pre-adamic race theory. Is that accurate to say?
No, the pre-adamic race is something completely separate.
Well, that's why I was asking Genesis 3. It seems that where you're getting some of you're coming to the text with some preconceived ideas about what you think Genesis 3:15 is implying or saying, and what you think the Adam and Eve of Genesis 2 is different from Genesis 1. That is based upon the pre-adamic race theory, right?
Well, it is different, and anybody that reads and studies it's pretty clear. Okay. Even my friend Gary Wayne, and when I was doing shows with David Carrico, we talked about this in great detail. But with regard to the actual physical bloodline of Cain, if you look at the screen that I have up, I have 3 different genealogies. One, the Book of the Bee, the other, the Cave of the Treasures, and the other is Luke chapter 3. And you see that in all 3 of these genealogies, which out of the mouths of 2 or 3 witnesses shall the truth be established, you see that it says from the Son of God, the son of Adam, the son of Seth, the son of Enos, on and on. Cain is excluded from all 3 of these genealogies. And it's because Cain was of the wicked one. And when you look up that word "of" in that particular passage in 1 John chapter 3, verse 12, "of" means offspring or son of. And so, and even the other, you can look at different translations, which we can go to that next. But there's many that speak of Cain being of the evil one, a son of, a descendant, a progeny, a child of. And, this is something that was common knowledge back in the ancient times. And it's only been since the translations of, the Aramaic into Greek and then into Latin and into English that this knowledge has been lost. But it is still encoded within the scriptures. And again, clarity can be found from the words of Christ himself in Matthew 13. He tells us that the enemy sowed the tares. The tares are the children of the devil, and the devil is the father of the tares. I mean, it's clear, and it's speaking about a physical progeny, because even in the Greek there, the word for seed and the word for, children and all that is the same thing.
Is there a Greek word for the metaphoric use of being the son of somebody because you abide in that behavior, and you've learned after them, kind of like when Yeshua said, "Call no man father," because usually the father was someone they in a Hebrew idiomatic sense they looked up to someone teaching them or someone that ruled over them and referred to them as a father. But they weren't physically a father.
Yeah, but again, in this case, when you examine it and with open mind and look at all the evidence of it, in my opinion, it's very clear that this is speaking about a physical lineage. And, again, undoubtedly, it was the beguilement of Eve by the serpent, which led to her bearing Cain, and that he was of the wicked one, which is why he's completely different in disposition from Adam and Eve. In their innocence, they were not murderers, liars, and deceivers, but we know that Satan is referenced as such. And so for Cain to be of the wicked one, it would make sense that he would be a murderer when his parents were not, and that it's the inclinations of the devil within him that lead him to murder his half-brother Abel.
So in that genealogy, the 3 comparisons of the genealogy you were showing above, now, have you ever toyed with the idea that those genealogies and the reason why they would skip Cain and Abel and just go right to Seth is because it's following the priesthood that's given to us in Genesis.
No, I think you're reaching, because again, Cain is not the child of Adam, and that's clear why he's left out of the genealogy of Christ in all three of these.
Well, I mean, so is Abel. Abel's left out of the
But
genealogy
Abel
as
was
well.
murdered. He didn't bear any
Right.
children.
Well, that's what I'm getting at, though, and that would
Cain
also
bore children, and if he was the first son of Adam, wouldn't he hold a prominent position here in these genealogies? Shouldn't he be listed first?
no. This is why you read Jubilees 4:7, which is the seed that's raised up in place of Abel, and this is why Genesis 4:1 you'd have Eve saying, "I've begotten a man, another man from the Lord," because Abel had been slain. Cain killed him, and so he's now exiled and out of the picture because he's not following the ways of the Father, and he cannot be a part of the priesthood to be passed down from Adam. So the guy that was showing himself approved to be the priesthood, which is also the ruler and the leadership to be passed down from Adam, was the one that got killed. And the one that got killed, he can't step into that place either because he obviously doesn't have the disposition and the behavior of the commandments. This is my interpretation of these passages.
Yeah,
and so,
I realize that.
And so therefore you have a genealogy or a lineage, if you will, that you're putting on screen here that would be following the actual priesthood, which is what we see the eternal Torah being kept by those early patriarchs before the flood, which is why Noah would be called a righteous man who also did the ways of the Father and knew how to do sacrifices and knew what clean and unclean was and would know how to actually be a father, a holy judge, as Jubilees chapter 10 calls it, over the other people, because he knows the ways of the Father, and those were passed down from Adam down to Enoch, down to Noah. And we see that lineage broken down for us in the book of Enoch. So that's my interpretation of in a broad sense of some of the stuff you've been digging into in great detail. But I do want to say, brother, there's a lot that clearly you've had to defend this teaching from so many angles. I can tell that, because you have so many angles that you're addressing, and I know people give you a hard time for it. So that's why I'm letting you explain your side of it and go through the different angles that you want to present tonight. And like I said, that we had already talked about doing a part 2, because I think there is a lot to go through and there's a lot of angles that you have to cover, So I want to thank you for coming on and being willing to cover them with me, because even though I'm not convinced yet, but I know you have a lot more you want to go through. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, of course. Because again, there's so much, and I personally think you're tap dancing around and ignoring a lot of the information. But that's okay, because a lot of people.
I think where we would disagree fundamentally is some of the information you're providing is from books that I would never consider authoritative, but that's where we would personally disagree on which apocryphal text or pseudepigraphal text that would be considered authoritative. And that's okay. Again, that doesn't disparage anything. But I think from what I'm seeing, from the initial highly accredited, highly well-used books of all the different canons, as well as their textual criticism, their textual validation from history and from what's been found and validated, as well as the tried and true books that we're already familiar with, I've yet to see a strong case. I do know that you are putting forth a lot of word study into this, and that's important as well. So I know that we've got some questions in the chat. Do you want to take a couple of those before we?
Yeah, continue? We can. I want to cover one other thing before we do this, because you're saying that I'm taking this from other sources, but again, let's look at just 2 other things really quickly.
Sure.
And that has to do with Matthew, chapter 13, which I'll go into something else really quickly first.
Sure.
And because this, again, it's undeniable. And when you look at it, this is from Matthew 23, and there's also the same thing in Luke. It says, even so, ye also outwardly appear righteous unto men, but within ye are full of hypocrisy and iniquity. Woe unto you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because ye build the tombs of the prophets and garnish the sepulchres of the righteous, and say, if we had been in the days of our fathers, we would not have been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets. Wherefore ye be witnesses unto yourselves that ye are the children of them which killed the prophets. Fill ye up then the measure of your fathers, ye serpents, ye generations of vipers. How can you escape the damnation of hell? Wherefore, behold, I send unto you prophets and wise men and scribes, and some of them ye shall kill and crucify, and some of them shall ye scourge in your synagogues, and persecute them from city to city, that upon you may come all the righteous blood shed upon the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel unto the blood of Zacharias the son of Barachas, whom ye slew between the temple and the altar. And so here Christ is associating the murderers of the prophets, the Pharisees that are conspiring even his murder, with the assassins of the prophets. And what bloodline? He says that they are, a generation of vipers. It was Cain that murdered Abel, and Herod, who murdered Zacharias, the son of Barachias, who was the father of John the Baptist, the high priest. And so, again, in my opinion, it is clear that the Pharisees are also of this bloodline, and that they were the murderers of the prophets from Abel to Zacharias. And because we know Cain murdered Abel, he's without a doubt connecting them to his bloodline. And Cain is the seed of the serpent, the child of the wicked one. His genealogy excluded, not because he's some metaphorical, a person that doesn't do good, but because he is actual physical bloodline lineage of the serpent. And
okay, so that brings in a really good question then, which is if that is the case and all the Pharisees were literal bloodline of the serpent, then, well, there's two big questions that would come from that. The first one would be, what would you feel about the Apostle Paul? Because he was a Pharisee, yet
he was a Benjamite. He wasn't
so
there's of the serpent.
There's a caveat that the Benjaminites weren't. Didn't the Pharisees? So you're saying that the Pharisees of Yeshua's day, even those like Nicodemus and Joseph of Arimathea,
No, not all of them, but these particular ones that he's alluding to that say that they are of Abraham's seed, but are not. That is actually specific to Joshua chapter 10, because you see that in the time of Joshua, there was a certain tribe that acted as if they were from a faraway place, and they had Joshua and the princes of Israel spare them and to make covenant with them.
The city
and
of
they
Ai?
were What's that?
You're not talking about the city of Ai, are you?
No, I'm talking about when they were warring.
10?
Yeah, Joshua 10, when they were warring against, they were going into Jericho. And but anyways, this particular tribe, they acted like they were from a faraway place, but they were of this bloodline of Cain, and they were spared, and they were, instead of being killed because they had made covenant with them without asking God about it, they made them servants unto the scribes and the Levites, and they actually became the ones that usurped the Levitical priesthood by the time of Christ. And so that's why they were the Pharisees that were conspiring his murder, and that there was an actual bloodline connected to them, which did become and take over the Levitical priesthood. And they were the ones that were conspiring his murder, and that Christ was saying of them that, I know you are Abraham's seed, but really you are of your father, the devil. And he was talking about that as well. And they talk about how they were never, that they were never taken over. And that's because they were spared by Joshua. And
so then you're
that's
saying
a whole nother story as well. But
then you're saying in John 8, when he's speaking to the Pharisees and he's saying you claim that you're of the seed of Abraham, but really your father's the devil.
Right. That's literal as well.
Okay. Let me see. Let me go try to find that passage real quick. I hope I'm not misquoting it, because I think he says you either claim or you say you are. This John 8:42, I believe. Jesus said unto them, Jesus said to the Jews, Samaritan, seek glory. Abraham's dead. Oh, he says, verse 53 says, are you greater than our father Abraham, which is dead? No, that's not it. I apologize. Verse 39, they said and answered unto him, Abraham is our father. Jesus said unto them, if you were Abraham's children, you would do the works of Abraham. But now you seek to kill me, a man that has told you the truth, which I have heard of God. This Abraham did not do, basically. Ye do the deeds of your father. They said to him, we are not born of fornication. We have one father, even God. And Jesus said unto them, if God were your father, you would love me, for I proceeded forth and came from God. Neither came I of myself, but he sent me. So in verse 39, when they make the claim, Abraham is our father, and Jesus responds back to them, if you were Abraham's children, you would do the works of Abraham. You're saying, so they can't be speaking, that has to be 100% literal, then that means all the children of Abraham would have to do the works of Abraham, and they couldn't do any other works? Is that what you're...
No, I'm not saying that, because a lot of even Abraham's children, like Ishmael, and even Esau, they fell away and they were counted as serpent seed as well, and that wasn't physical. But
that's what I was getting at.
Yeah,
that it doesn't have to literally be physical, because if they could truly be born of Abraham, like we saw Esau, but he doesn't remain in the behavior of Abraham, Isaac did.
And he was the seed of promise. But again, there is a literal physical bloodline of the devil, and we are told that here in Matthew 13, which I'll read this and then we can take your questions, because I know we're quickly coming up on the end of the show. But in Matthew 13, and I would recommend people read the entire thing, because I'll just read two sections, because both of these are very important.
Okay.
Another parable put he forth unto them, saying, the kingdom of heaven is like unto a man which sowed good seed in his field. But while men slept, his enemy came and sowed tares among the wheat, and went his way. But when the blade was sprung up and brought forth fruit, meaning that the children were born, then appeared the tares also. So in this story, Christ is telling us that when the children were born, the tares appeared amongst them. And so the servants of the householder came and said unto him, Sir, didst not thou sow good seed in thy field? From whence then hath it tares? He said unto them, An enemy hath done this. The servants said unto him, Wilt thou then that we go and gather them up? But he said, Nay, lest while ye gather up the tares, ye root up also the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest. And in the time of the harvest I will say to the reapers, Gather ye together first the tares, and bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn. We know at the end of days there's going to be a harvest, and there's going to be a separation, the righteous with the wicked. And even though, yes, that is metaphorical as well, there is still physical bloodline connections to this story, which is why, again, Christ tells us that an enemy is the reason why the tares appeared amongst the wheat. And then he goes into clarity after sending the multitude away, which we know he speaks in parables to the multitude. Then Jesus sent the multitude away and went into the house, and his disciples came unto him, saying, Declare unto us the parable of the tares of the field. He answered and said unto them, He that soweth the good seed is the Son of Man. The field is the world. The good seed are the children of the kingdom, but the tares are the children of the wicked one. And that's a connection to 1 John chapter 3, verse 12. Cain, who was of the wicked one, that word of there meaning son of, descendant of, or progeny of. And then continuing, the very next line, the enemy, which that's a reference back to the parable of the kingdom that we just read, the enemy that sowed them is the devil. The harvest is the end of the world, and the reapers are the angels. As therefore the tares are gathered and burned in the fire, so shall it be in the end of the world. The Son of Man shall send forth his angels. They shall gather out of his kingdom all things that offend and them which do iniquity, and shall cast them into a furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. Then shall the righteous shine forth as the sun in the kingdom of their Father. And then just to reiterate, he explains it one more time to the apostles. He says, again, the kingdom of heaven is likened to a net that was cast into the sea and gathered of every kind, which when it was full drew to shore and sat down and gathered the good into vessels, but cast the bad away. So shall it be at the end of the world. The angels shall come forth and sever the wicked from among the just, and shall cast them into the furnace of fire. There shall be wailing and gnashing of teeth. And then, he says, have you understood all these things? They say unto him, yea, Lord. And so they finally got it. And that what Christ was alluding to is not just, again, you have good and bad people, but that there is an actual physical bloodline of the devil, and they are the murderers of the prophets, have been since the beginning, since Abel to Zacharias, which we know Zacharias was killed during his day. He was the high priest, the father of John the Baptist. And, again, the enemy that sowed them is the devil. I mean, it doesn't get clearer, in my opinion.
So in your opinion of the texts that you've been reading to me so far, and you're putting together, if there's a physical, literal bloodline from the serpent, that is what I think you and I both agree, it's one spoken about in the Apocalypse of Abraham that is called the Azazel character.
Yes.
Okay, so
we'll go into that next show.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. And by the way, I was going to say, before the end of next show, I'll present my rebuttals to you, and then you can strike them down or disagree or whatever you'd like to do. But because a lot of my audience is wondering why I'm not talking.
Well, we can, if you want to do a show where you bring forth all your rebuttals, that's fine, and we can talk about them then. I mean,
yeah, maybe we can do a part 3 where because if it takes you 2 parts to get through your stuff, and then I'll do a part 3 and we can have more of a rebuttal conversation. That's fine. But ultimately, so are you, with what you just read and explained, and as you're trying to drive the point home that you believe there's a literal physical bloodline, do you think that, like, if one of those Pharisees walking around during the days of Yeshua that's not mentioned in the Gospels, so it's the only 2 that we really get mentioned by name, I think, is well, there's 3. There's Caiaphas, and then there's Nicodemus, and there's Joseph of Arimathea. But there's all these other guys that are Pharisees hanging out in that crowd as well. Would it be? Yeah, he was in that crowd. I would imagine he's in that crowd. Do you think any of those had a chance to repent, or do you fall into that hard line of, if they're serpent seed, they're just doomed? It's like more of a Calvinistic teaching of predestination.
No, not at all. I think that doesn't matter which bloodline you're born into, that you have a chance to be redeemed through Christ, that he died on the cross to bring forgiveness to everybody. That's why when, John saw him, he said, behold the Lamb that takes away the sins of the world. And the world is all of us. The field is the world. There's the good and the bad seed, but all can be redeemed through Christ as Savior and Messiah. Okay.
Well, amen, brother. Amen. Question from NG. Thank you, David Shearer, for catching this. And it says, when were the books of Adam and Eve penned? Would you like to take that one, Zim?
In my opinion, they were penned before the antediluvian age. But of course, that will be denied by, Wikipedia and so-called professional opinion. Everybody will say that, they were written 1st century or 2nd century AD or whatever. But in my opinion, again, the testaments of Adam and even Enoch are before the flood of Noah's day, and that they are messianic, and that they are also prophetic, and that the testaments of so many of the patriarchs, even we have Abraham, Jacob, Isaac, and the testament of the 12 patriarchs. There's mention in the testament of the 12 patriarchs as knowing what would happen to their children, the 12 tribes, because they had read it in the books of Enoch the righteous. Yeah. And so, in my opinion, those particular texts show also that this information was passed down generation to generation, and that the testaments, as they are entitled, the Testament of Adam or the Testament of whoever, Enoch, that they were actually written down, maybe transcribed later, recopied, and made available in newer edition, because these were ancient scrolls, ancient writings, and certainly they had to be updated every so often in order to be able to successfully make it down to us. And it wasn't until the printing press that, we didn't have to worry about them disappearing. And so I think as they are entitled, that they date back to those particular patriarchs, those apostles, those prophets of old.
You mentioned how the information is penned and passed down, and I actually did an entire show on this about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I'm going to put it on screen real quick in case you haven't seen it before. And it's called Heaven's Bible, Given to Enoch and Jacob. And that's the title of the Milk and Meat live stream that I did a few weeks ago. And I go through systematically all the scriptures that give us a timeline of how these patriarchs had received commandment from the very beginning, and they knew what righteousness was, and it wasn't a guessing game. And I'm kind of countering against that traditional teaching from Judaism that tries to claim the law only came to Moses at Mount Sinai, and before that they just had oral Torah. But no, they actually had, as you're seeing on the screen in front of you from Enoch 106, 18, 19, that Enoch is claiming to have read this stuff from the heavenly tablets. And we see in Jubilees chapter, I think it's 32, he's given tablets from heaven, and much of it is with prophecy about stuff coming in the future. And it's just, I agree with you on the Testament of 12 Patriarchs. They definitely acknowledge reading the Book of Enoch. So does the Genesis Apocryphon. And so there is there's quite a few places to give us a good rabbit trail to follow.
I'll make one other mention. There's the Book of the Secrets of Moses. It's called the Ancestry, and in that book it speaks about Adam being, when he was banished from paradise and exiled here to the earth, that he was given 5 books, the books of creation. One of them was the Book of Signs, another the Book of Astrology, the Book of the Generations of Man, the Book of the Wars of the Lord, and another the Book of the Law. And that it was these 5 books which he passed on to Enoch. And we see that the portions of First Enoch are associated, in my opinion, connected to what we see as remembrance of these 5 books of the books of the books of creation, which I believe that the Book of the Law and also the Messianic, as far as the Book of Enoch, chapters 40 through 60, are part of that. And then we see the Book of Astrology, the Book of Signs, as part of the book on the courses of the heavenly luminaries. We see the Book of the Generations of Man as being part of the dream visions, chapters 83 through 90 or thereabouts. And so you see all these different associations with the books of creation mentioned in this particular text as being different portions of the testament of the Book of Enoch. And so that I find to be interesting as well.
Okay. Here's a question directly for you, Zen. It says, what Targum are you using and why?
I read from the King James and many other parallel Bibles as well, but I study and have a preference for the Aramaic and the Jerusalem Targum, and we have published and released those, made them easily available for the public at a very cheap cost, because I know a lot of as far as those that have published the Targum, they publish each of the 5 books of Moshe separately, and they charge anywhere from $75 to $150 each for each one. And we provide the Targum, the Aramaic and Palestinian Targum, together as one manuscript in all 5 books, and so that people can gain access to them, read them, and study them. And you can find that at sacredwordpublishing.com.
And how do you differentiate between the 2 Targums? Do you do the bracketed kind of thing like the
yes,
translators did?
The predominant one is the Aramaic, which dates back and is most authoritative and most well respected. And then the Jerusalem, and there's a bracket for the Jerusalem, the differentiation where there's additional or something that might be different as far as commentary. They are put there one after the other, okay, with each of the different verses and each of the different books.
Okay. All right. Let me see here. Can we take 2 more questions? You got time?
Yeah, certainly.
Okay.
I'm no rush.
So it looks like we have Elias Stewart is asking a 2-part question. I think the second part we're going to get into in later later, the next time we talk, right? So we'll cover the second part. The first question he wants to ask, though, is, had Cain's line survived the flood?
They survived through Ham. And this is part of my 13th book, I think it is. I remember, I get them confused because I've written so many. But anyways, the Great Contest 2, the enmity between the seed lines. Chapter 19 of that book is on how the serpent seed survived the flood. And in that particular chapter, it talks about how Noah was instructed to take Nama as his second wife, that the first two children, Japheth and Shem, that they were born of a different mother, and that Ham was born of Nama, and Nama was the sister of Tubal-Cain, of the line of Cain, the daughter of Lamech. And it was specific in a book called The Writings of Abraham. It talks about how God would preserve the seed of Cain through the flood, through Nama. And because Ham had seeing the nakedness of his father, meaning that he slept with his mother, that the child that was born of that was Canaan. And that's why Canaan was cursed by Noah after his birth, because he was a result of his having seen the nakedness of his father, which, because Nama was serpent seed and because Ham was serpent seed, the child Canaan was predominantly serpent seed as well. And so it is through the Canaanites that the serpent seed survived.
So
and
I
were
apologize.
perpetuated through the flood.
I want to follow. I apologize if I'm not following. You said Nama was
Yeah,
serpent
Nama.
seed, and she was, and you said she was the wife of whom?
She was the sister of Tubal-Cain, the daughter of Lamech, but she was the wife of Noah, the second wife of Noah.
And which book were you quoting from that talks
The
about
Writings of Abraham, and also the book of Jasher speaks about. He actually married two different Namas, one from the line of Enoch, whom Shem and Japheth were born, and then the second Nama is whom Ham was born from. And so you can look to that chapter for all the quotes and all the passages that I'm. And also, if you just go to my Facebook page, in my notes section, there's an excerpt of this chapter, and you can read it there freely.
Okay,
How
so
the serpent seed
Noah's
survived the flood.
Noah's two wives, you're claiming, perpetuated from the writings of Jasher and the writings Abraham. Okay, interesting. All right, so I'm just helping out the person asking the questions. So they have a resource to go try to, because we don't have slides. Usually I have all my scriptures on slides prepared to show where I'm getting these ideas and the quotes. So that's hopefully, Elias, that was good for you to go check out. L. Wilkins 25 is asking, if we are returning to our original state of immortality, why do we need our bodies changed into water and spirit to inherit paradise? Adam was made from earth and spirit, not water and spirit.
That's just to be born again through the Holy Spirit, and that's to become a new creature in Christ. And that has to do with, redetermining our allegiance while in flesh embodiment. But we see that, when we go on to be with the Most High, that we are restored to what will be our glorified bodies. And then at the end of the age, before the great white throne judgment, our physical bodies are then brought up for judgment, and that particular determination of who shall be numbered amongst the elect, the righteous or the wicked. But again, the bright nature is what we will be restored through, and that is through Christ. But being a born again of the Holy Spirit, that just is becoming a new creature in Christ while here in flesh embodiment.
Well, I could be wrong, L. Wilkins 25, but I think they weren't asking about the regeneration concept. I think they're asking about what you were claiming from your explanation of your serpentine teaching, which is that we were talking about the idea that Adam was born. You were saying that the second Adam in Genesis 2, or I don't know the first person, what you think the first person's name was, the hominids, but let's just go with it.
They didn't have a name.
Okay. So what you're saying, that Adam in Genesis 2, that he, even though he was made of the dirt and he was taken to paradise in the third layer of the firmament, that he is could live forever. And I think, but
Yeah, he
I
would
think
have if he didn't fall.
the
as it
understanding
said
that
in
the
the
question
text.
is coming from is you're saying that was a state of immortality.
Yes.
But without a scriptural citation, I actually am familiar with what the question's asking about, the idea that we do get a spiritual body at the resurrection, and that is what allows us to actually be inside the kingdom of heaven in a perpetual nature, and even ascend above the first layer of the firmament on the day of the Lord to get away from the wrath of the Lamb. And I think that's where they're coming from, is like, how could Adam be? I think it's basically, the question is playing upon something I'd asked earlier, as far as Adam's being made, his original nature being made of dirt, and where you're saying the original placement of the garden seems to be, a lot of people might find that hard to reconcile, I guess what I'm saying, because he couldn't be there because he doesn't have an angelic style body yet. So
again, I disagree, because in my opinion, even though, yes, his body was made of dirt initially, he was given a bright nature. And it's clear in the primary Adamic literature, even the first books of Adam and Eve, you see that he was bright natured, and that it wasn't until he ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, in the day that ye eat thereof, or touch it, you shall die. And that's exactly what happened, that when they touched it, their genitals appeared, they were placed into mortal embodiment, they were now in a fallen form, and that's why they couldn't eat from the tree of life anymore, because they were in a fallen nature, and they were cast out of the upper heavens, placed here on the earth, from paradise to the earth, where the fallen angels had already been cast down. And so, that's why we are restored and redeemed by Christ, and he came to rectify the fall, because we are now in a fallen nature, in a fallen world. And that's the whole reason why he had to come into the flesh himself. He even gave to Adam a prophecy that he would be born of his particular bloodline and born of a virgin. All the prophecies of Isaiah were fulfilled because he did have to come into mortal embodiment.
Okay. All right. So we have one last question. I apologize for everyone that's asked questions that we're not going to be able to get to them tonight. Please try to hold on to them. And Zen, I know you do your weekly show next Friday, but I'd love to invite you back the following Friday for part 2, if you're willing.
Yeah, sure.
And then maybe some of the folks that couldn't get their questions in tonight, maybe they can get them in 2 weeks from now. So the last question we'll take tonight is from Miss Peggy D. She's asking, from Genesis 3:6, she saw the tree was good for food and took fruit and ate. Do you see this as literal?
Yeah, I do. She did see, again, the pleasantness, and that a tree to be desired, to make one wise, and she ate of it. Their eyes were opened. And then, but we do see that there had to have been something connected with the genitals, in my opinion, because then, after having eaten of this fruit from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, we see that the punishments are declared, that there's going to be enmity between the seed of the woman and the seed of the serpent, that I believe came from because of their eating and touching this tree, and that the serpent beguiled Eve after, and then Adam repeating the act with Eve, that the results were that Cain and Abel would be born, and that Eve being pregnant, she's going to have to give birth to children in sorrow. And so, the punishments are connected to that tree, and it was a literal fruit, but that because they became aware of their sexuality, that's why they covered their genitals with fig leaves and tried to hide themselves away from God, because they knew that because again, Genesis 2 verse 25, they were naked and not ashamed. But then all of a sudden, when they eat this tree of the knowledge of good and evil, something happens to where they are embarrassed and they are ashamed, and it has to do with their genitals, because they tried to hide them, and then they tried to hide themselves from God, because they know that they did exactly what he warned them not to do.
Okay, thank you for your answer, brother.
That luxury. You have the luxury of not knowing what I know.
Yes. How will your guys' bill affect the reptilian race?
We have capitalism, and we embrace it.
Come on, dance with me, move your body, 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 your legs a bit.
And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
Welcome to the show.
Great to be here, Paul. Thanks.
The final pope.
So even if people wake up, it won't matter. So you're saying he's going to attempt to set up a dictatorship?
The only you can't handle the truth.
Yes, we have capitalism and we embrace it.